the Finance Business Partners in conjunction with Accounting Job Hub. We are glad to have you this evening, and we hope that you are going to have a valuable time with us, and at the end of the day, you are going to all succeed in your case study exams and the other papers that you have to write in these diet icon examinations. You are all welcome on board. So the class would commence at 4:15 p.m. So before then, I would just like to give us a brief introduction as to what the class is going to entail and what we expect of you, the participants, while we also use the opportunity to wait for other participants to join the call. So the Finance Business Partners and Accounting Job Hub are both communities of professionals of like minds who have come together for a great cause. This is one of the many initiatives that both communities share. So before now, we observed that our community members usually have some gap as it relates to case study exams, most especially for ICANN examinations. So afterwards, we decided on what to do to assist our community members. So that was how Accounting Job Hub and Finance Business Partners came together to collaborate to host this particular session every diet to enable ICANN students who are members of both communities and also interested participants to be able to prepare well enough for case study exams. So at the end of the day, they are able to not only pass the examinations, but they are also able to understand the nitty-gritty of the case study as a paper itself. Rather than just cramming and going to the exam hall to put whatever thing you've crammed, you are able to better understand what the paper entails. You understand the rigors of the case study exams itself. You know what you have to do as it relates to report writing. You know what is to come before what, and you know the relevant areas where you have to attempt. You have to put in your ideas to make sure that no matter how it is, you're able to ace the examination. So that's what this class is all about. So when Iwelabi joins us, she's going to be putting us through how to actually write reports. He's going to share templates. Before now, those of us who are members of the WhatsApp group, I'm quite sure that we've all gone through the YouTube videos that we shared, the templates and documents that we asked you all to go through, revise, and also we asked everyone to read the Preseen of the ICANN case study exam for this diet. I want to believe everyone have done that. So when Iwelabi comes in, he's going to take us through the key points in the Preseen and what we should expect. He's also going to give us different case scenarios as to what possible unseen questions could be and ways that we could attempt whatever unseen question that comes out and we are still able to pass the paper at the end of the day. So that's what we are going to do for the next 3, 4, 5 hours as the case may be. So you will have a good evening and welcome on board.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much, Idris. Glad to be here. Good evening, everyone. I trust we are all doing great today. Hello, my people. Please let's unmute our mic. Today is going to be this session is going to be very, very conversational. So I would like to implore every one of us to be in a sitting position such that we have our pen and paper close by, because today's session is simply practical. So this is not a session for me to give you solution or for me to read textbook to you or for me to solve things on your behalf, even at that. This is a session for me to guide your thought process on how to approach the case study exam and ensure that you pass. So the whole idea of this session is just to ensure that you pass, right? Aside from you having the knowledge for your work activity subsequently, the first most important thing right now for us and why you have actually paid for this class is to ensure that you pass the exam. And trust me, you are in good hands. Some of us probably might know me online. For those of us who doesn't know me, my name is Kudus Adebo Ali Balogun, popularly known out there as Iwelabi. What I do, I'm a finance person, accounting and finance. talk about almost every aspect of accounting or finance function. I've played a role there. I've worked as an audit trainee, as an external auditor. I've worked as a junior accountant. I've worked as an internal auditor, financial analyst, operation analyst. I've worked my way up there till I get to working as a manager for financial planning and reporting, worked as senior finance manager, worked as VP of finance, and currently I work as head of finance in a tech firm. While at the same time, by the side, I run a private consulting small business. Will I be consulting, where I typically just help small businesses and individuals with their accounting and finance needs. Yeah. So this evening, guys, I would like to implore us ahead of time, right, for you to actually maximize this opportunity, or the opportunity that this class actually presents to us. We need to be in a seated position where not just that we are only able to listen carefully, we are also able to jot and contribute, right? We are able to jot, we are able to contribute, we are able to answer questions. Like, if possible, if you are in a place that is very silent, that you believe is silent, you need to unmute your mic. And trust me, guys, when it comes to passing this case study exam, I mean, to God be the glory. I'm a chartered accountant myself. I qualified sometimes 2018, and guess what? This particular case study exam, even though it was my stronghold, right? Because I know how to write. I believe I have good writing skills or good communication skills, as the case may be back then, right? My first attempt at the case study exam, I failed, right? My first attempt, I failed the exam. Even though I wrote as lengthy as almost 10 to 15 pages or thereabouts, like more than 10 pages, I could remember vividly, right? In my first attempt, and I failed. My second attempt, guess what? I did not write as much as my first attempt, and I passed. And why is that? Because the first attempt, I made a mistake that many students used to make. And not so many tutors used to make students see that they can make this mistake. Because in many tuition centers, they hardly teach the case study as a class until probably a week or so to exam. Then you guys have one session or thereabout, right? However, for me, when I did the first one, even though I attended tutorial and stuff like that, when I was going to do the second one, I self-studied. And I was able to use CIMA to prepare. I was able to use ACCA as well, and then the ICANN case study material itself. So I was able to juxtapose between all these materials, and I was able to make meaningful outcome out of it. And since then, I've been, since I qualified, and after a while, I think we started 2022 or 2023, I started taking these classes for finance business partner, right? We started it as a free class, but eventually we think it is better when we just ensure that we have a focus group of people that are ready to commit to excellence and ensure that when they are on the class, they just want to maximize the value, right? We've recorded a great deal of success, right? I mean, we've seen someone who scored, I think, was it 90? We've seen someone score around, was it 90 or thereabouts? There was a guy that reportedly scored about, was it 92? Reached out to me personally. And personally, when I trained this class as case study, I charge as high as 150,000 naira for personal class. If you are going to come to meet me and say, Iwelabi, come and take me one-on-one on case study. My last client, she owns an accounting firm, but she couldn't become a managing partner just because she wasn't chartered, and case study was the issue. She gladly paid, and she had attempted in the past without success, and then she gladly paid. You know, we ran the classes, and boom, she was successful. She passed, right? And then eventually she was able to run her own accounting firm, even though she already had clients and all of those things. So if you are in that kind of category, probably you've written before, things are happening, and then you just want to ensure that you pass because you need this icon for better opportunities and stuff. You are in the right room, and you're already in the right room. What I would just expect from you now is for you to ensure that we work together, right? We work together. I can't do this alone, right? So I can't come up here and speak for 2 hours, 3 hours, and I leave and then say we are done, or I've taught you what I'm supposed to teach you, and that's it. That is not it. The way it is going to work today is everyone on this call is going to contribute. I'm going to ask questions. You're going to answer me as best as you can. And from there, we are going to correct some of the wrong notions that we have about the subject matter, or some of the thought process that is not so much in sync with what will make us pass, right? So right now on this call, we are going to be correcting thought process. So if you really want to pass, I will actually love that you contribute as much as possible, so that those things that you think you say them out. When you say them out, is either you get acknowledgement that yes, that is correct, or you get corrected. That is it. So as much as possible, my people, I want us to be vulnerable enough to speak up. When I ask questions, let's speak up, let's attempt, so that with that, we are able to achieve a common goal, which is for everyone on this call to pass their exams, right? Are we together, my people? Who is
Yes, sir.
Yes, we are together, sir.
Interesting. Well, you can be rest assured that my classes are usually very energetic. So, I've had some people, just 2 people say, yes, we are together. And the rest of us, what's happening? I've not even heard from a single woman or lady. What's happening? Are we together, my people? It's time already. I'm very time conscious.
Yeah, we are together, sir.
I'm very time conscious about this. So guys, let's give it our best shot, because this is the real deal. Okay. Are we good to go, Idris? Or are we still expecting some more people?
We can get started with the class.
We can get started. Is the class recorded now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, good evening, my people. We are going to be looking at case study. And guess what? I brought us something very surprising, and it was deliberate. Away from our usual style with some of the previous sets. Usually, I will have kind of go through the case study myself, and then we come, and then I just try to lead the conversation and just do that. But today, I have deliberately not go through the case study present. And why? It's because I want us to learn together how it is when you eventually see the unseen part of the case study. What should the reaction be? How should you approach it? Should you be scared? If I can do it, if I can deliver this lecture excellently, and after this class you are impressed, that means that you can equally write the exam, and your examiner will be impressed, and then you are going to pass the exam. Because the approach, again, guys, this is going to be an interactive session, and I want us to reciprocate this level of energy that I'm passing through, so that we can all enjoy the session. Well, as our usual ritual, the thing is, anybody who has written this case study exam before, anyone who has written this case study exam before, how was it? What was your experience? Can you share with us? Tell us your name, probably where you are chatting from, and then let's dive in. Miss Flora, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Flora. My experience is
Flora.
my experience is not a good one.
Okay.
I have done it before. Yeah. The problem is I have never had a good class or tutor on this case study, and I always enter the class the exam hall not knowing really what to do and how to go about the whole thing. The scene, I will always do the whole thing, but the executive summary, the little I do, I don't think it's always enough for them. And I don't, even up till now, I don't know how to coordinate the seen and the unseen. I don't really know how to do it. Both in the executive summary, and my problem is the recommendation and the conclusion for the seen. Do we still need it in the unseen? So these are my problems. In fact, I am not happy.
Okay, let me ask you a question so that it can be interactive. You've written it once in the past, right?
Yeah.
How many times?
I've written it twice or not once.
Okay, twice. Cool.
Yes.
In both cases, right? Did you attend any form of tutorial or something that they solved this thing for you?
Yes, they solved it and sent it to me.
Cool.
Not that I was with them.
That's usually the first problem. Guys, one of the myths I would like us to debunk from this class is to see the case study exam as unseen and preseen as different. Rule number one, see your case study exam, whether preseen part of it or unseen part of it, as one exam, as one case study. That's the number one rule. Otherwise, you are going to make a lot of mistakes. Otherwise, you are going to fall into using some set of information without using another. And that will create a lot of problem. A whole, like what Miss Flora said is that she made mention of something, that she couldn't coordinate the preseen and the unseen together. And why is that? Because she's seeing them as two separate things. And I asked her a question. Did they send you solution? She said yes. See, usually, personally, I will not advise you to read through any form of solution from anybody. I would not advise you. And that is one of the reasons why in this class, we are not going to give you solution. We are going to give you how to approach the exam. And that's one of the things that she also said. She made mention of coordination and what to do. She couldn't really place what to do when she sees the question or the exam and stuff. And that is what we are going to train you here. What to do. See, giving you solution will only means that if things go south in the exam or you are stuck. So we are not going to give you any solution. So that when things is even going west, east, north, south, you are going to be well balanced and prepared for anything. And that is the whole idea. You are prepared for anything. Even if it is going right, left, or center, anywhere, you are prepared. And how do you get prepared? Let's keep going on with the class. Who else has written the exam before? How was your experience? Who's sharing with us? Let's take two more people if possible, and then we dive into the class. Who else has written the exam before? Guys, this is a classroom for us to express ourselves and to ensure that we pass. The goal is one, to pass. No story. The goal is one, to pass. That you are going to be able to apply it at your workplace later. That is something else entirely. Right now, the focus is to ensure that we pass. And that is what we are going to teach us here. Paul, give it to me.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, so I've also written it before,
Mm-hmm.
2 times.
Wow.
Yeah, so the first time,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know about all this tutorial or anything, right? I didn't know people used to do analysis. I just went in and did vibes, right? So I won't really say that one was. I really understand. I mean, I understand why I failed that first one, but the
Mm-hmm.
second time, um, I was pretty much, in my opinion, prepared. I mean, I wrote a lot. I felt like, I mean, I should have passed the last diet. That was November. Like I
Mm-hmm.
felt I should have passed because I wrote a lot.
Let
Like
me let me ask
yeah,
you. Let us see. You know what I love about this thing. You felt like you should have passed, right?
yeah.
Cool. Now let us do a brief examination and see whether or not where you stand, right? And this is it. I'll just try to debunk some of the things that people do. How many pages did you write?
Honestly,
How many
I
pages?
can't. I don't. I didn't count. I don't know.
But you wrote a lot, yeah?
Yeah, not really a lot because my handwriting is kind of
Tiny.
not big. Yeah, tiny. So maybe 8 pages. I think 8 pages.
That's
I
still not
think.
bad. Let's say
Apart
eight
from
pages.
the appendix where that takes a lot. I don't know. Yeah.
Good. How many did you spent a lot of time on the appendix, yeah?
Yeah, I spent some time on the appendix. Yes, I think I did some counseling. Maybe I was confused. Um, I don't know. I like I like I said I prepared before the exam, right? I used someone's material, right?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So I didn't
Now,
know. So I guess that while I was writing, maybe I missed one of the ratio. I don't know. I was not sure. Maybe I cancelled something like
let me
that.
ask you. Let me ask you. How many hours did you use reading the case study? How many hours did you spend reading the case study?
In the exam or before the exam?
The exam. How many hours did you spend reading and planning? How many hours?
Once we enter the exam hall, I can't even say maybe
So
30 minutes or
let me
thereabouts.
rephrase. Let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. When you got your book, how
Yeah.
long do you think you start writing? As soon as you get your book, how long did
Let's
you
say 30, 40 minutes after I started writing.
30 minutes, 40 minutes? Between those periods, what were you doing?
I was reading the unseen, trying to figure out what to do. Basically,
Do you
what?
know how to plan? Do you know how to plan?
Yes, I
Tell
think
me how you planned.
yeah, I think I planned,
Tell me.
but like I said, I don't know why I failed. So that's why
No,
I don't know.
tell me how you planned it. Tell me how you plan. Your own
Okay,
planning strategy.
started with what's it called? The appendix calculation, then did the executive summary, then I wrote the remaining parts. I think
Good.
that's
That's why you failed, actually. Yes, that's why you failed. So there is something we call mass attack, mass defense. Paul, chat with me. I want you to chat with me because people that are sharing their experience, they deserve to even get special attention, right? Why? Because we want to ensure that everybody pass, yeah? But it is when you talk and you tell us some of the things that you've done before or you haven't, or your own perception about the whole thing, that will enable us to also give you some sort of, personalized feedback. Yeah. See, one of the mistakes that people do, many of the people on this call, even if I ask, I'll still throw it to everybody. How do you plan? Many people don't know how to plan. That's number one cause of failure. Right? A number of people, once they get to the exam or they get the answer booklet, they get the question paper, they start writing. No story. And that's why I ask you, how many minutes did you use? Do you know anything about mass attack, mass defense before now? Have you heard of it before?
no. I'm not sure I've heard of mass attack, mass defense. So.
And that's why I said, you must have, since you said you went and start doing, what's it called? Appendices. You probably must have spent a lot of time unknowingly. And that is it. Did you calculate ratio?
Yeah, calculated ratio. But I
Like how
think I
many
spent.
ratios did you calculate? Like how many ratios?
I spent a lot of time on ratio actually. Like,
So what
thinking
are you
about
now
it now.
talking about? What are you talking about now, my brother? What are you talking about? You cannot even remember how many hours you spent calculating. Do you know ratio very well?
I used to write it before the exam.
Guys, Let me tell you my first mistake when I wrote the case study exam. I'm very good with ratio, and I know how to write commentary on ratio. So when I started, and that's one of the reasons why we teach us how to plan. And you see, guys, just be jotting some of the things that we are talking about so that it makes sense. When I started, I know ratio. I did like the first time, I did like almost 10 ratios or more. Because I know ratio and I know how to analyze the ratio. Till now, I'm still very good. So when I started, quickly do the ratio, blah, blah, blah. As soon as I was done doing the ratio, the next thing, I went to the case study, started writing the ratio commentary. Before you know it, 1 hour, 2 hours, gone. What's happening now? I was still writing ratio. And before you know it, after you are done with that part, let me ask you another thing, Paul. Was there at any point in time during the exam that you felt like you don't know what next to do?
No, I don't think so. Towards the end, right? I know I was just trying to quickly make sure I write conclusion and make a decision for the company to whether invest or not. I think I remember that part, but I've been doing the exam.
Makes sense. Well, it makes sense that you always know what to do. But here is the thing, to even get better, right? That is where planning comes in. And we are going to tell us how to plan. But let me ask us first. I'm still trying to load my other screen so that I can be able to use double screen and I can start sharing my screen, because this is we are 15 minutes into the class already. I know we need to debunk a lot of things first before we get to even I'm coming. Yeah, this is correct now. I'm coming, just give me a sec. Okay, let's continue for now. We'll still get there. So yeah, excuse me. Another mistake, or some of the mistakes that guys used to make, is we start the exam without planning, and as such, we continue to do the job on the go, one after the other, instead of doing the job simultaneously after planning. We continue to do the job on the go, one after the other, instead of doing the job simultaneously after planning. That is, we must have planned first. Do we have anybody else that have written the exam before? How was the experience and how did you feel? And then, Paul, how many years ratio did you calculate during your own time?
Calculated for 2 years.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, they gave you guys for just 2 years, yeah?
Is it 2 or 3? Okay, wait, it depends. You know, some you have to do comparison. Yeah, I think it's
How
2.
many years? At least 2.
It was 2 years.
Yeah, 2.
Did you do trend analysis?
Did I do?
Trend analysis, trend
No.
analysis.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think Francis, am I right? Or France, am I right?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So I would say that my own case was a bit similar to Paul's case, right? But the little difference was that I didn't really spend much time reading the question. I just went to the unseen part and the requirement to see if anything changed for the preseen or if they added additional year. When I saw that everything was the same, I just started off with writing. I started from executive summary, like the cover page, writing the executive summary, and then the introduction, before I then went on to go and do my ratio analysis, and then also the calculation for the other business proposal as well. Well, in my own point as well, I think I wrote up to 10 pages, and that's the highest number of pages I would have written in an exam, but I still did not pass it either.
Did you do trend? Did you do trend?
No, I did not do trend.
Okay, makes sense. That means that both you and Paul, the problem must have been similar. Okay, let me ask another question. Did you do anything simultaneously at any point in time? Like you saw a point here and you think the point is also useful in another place?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, what place and what place did you do simultaneously? If you can remember,
Yes.
brief.
I can never remember that
Yes,
exactly.
don't tell me executive summary, because if it's executive summary, you are not going anywhere. Flora,
I
you're saying
thought,
something.
hello. Yes, I wanted to say introduction and executive summary. Can't it be done simultaneously? Because they look
Well,
alike.
well, they look alike, but they are not the same. And in fact, your executive summary, the only thing you can do in many of them is you can write them to a point, except for your introduction. Executive summary, you can write them to a point, right? Then you are supposed to reflect some of the things you are concluding or you are recommending from the case study itself in your executive summary. And that is why I was asking if you do anything simultaneously. But even if you are not, if you don't want to do your executive summary, if you want to write it all in full, there is also an approach. But even before that approach can be achieved, you need to have done planning, because it is that planning that I have kind of coined to be able to do an executive summary fully without finishing my case study. Introduction is a bit different, right? Because you are just introducing, oh, this is us, this is what we want to do and stuff, right? Executive summary, we go, okay, yes, you have contacted us to do XYZ, and this is what we have done. And from what we have done, this is how we get it done, and this is what we saw. Do you get? Are we following? Are we together?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so now, I mean, time has to be used wisely. So let me ask us a question. By, I think in another 4 minutes, we'll get more to sharing screens and we'll get more to the details. But it is not the details that is much more important now, other than the thought process. Thought process. Guys, you people will remember my words. Thought process, planning. Thought process, planning. Thought process, planning. It will seem like, what's this guy saying? Why is this guy repeating the same thing over and over again? You will get to see now by the time we start diving into the whole situation. Yeah. So now, let me ask another question. For those of us that have not written before, this is for us. You've not attempted this before. This is your first time. When you get to the exam, what is the plan? How do you plan to do it? Next week is exam now. By now, you should be ready. This class is just meant to consolidate on everything you have been doing so far in the last 3 or 4 months, and then to help you ensure that you pass. Today is exam. Now you are in the exam hall. How do you plan to approach it? What do you want to do? Please go ahead, Oluwatosin.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone.
What how are you going to approach it, Oluwatosin?
Yeah, this is my first time of writing it, but then I plan on, like, after receiving the question paper, then I move straight to the unseen parts and digest it. After digesting it, with the unseen, I've been able to point out my cover page, the title prepared by the date and the disclaimer, since it's an external report. Then my executive summary, I should be able to get it from the letter sent to me by my boss. So the introduction parts, and now I've been able to get those ones ready. So this unseen part will now make me go deeper into the calculation, which is the appendix, the trend analysis, the ratio. Then with that, I'll be able to get my conclusion and recommendation. I come back to the body, and then I believe with that, I'll now be able to come back to my executive summary to put in the requirement, the recommendation, also the conclusion side. So that's how I plan on doing it.
So when will you start writing in all of these things? You have not started writing.
Yeah, the issue is when I first, after reading the unseen part, the cover page, I'm going to write it because I read that I'm writing that. Executive summary, I'm writing the introduction part because there's a part that is already stated there. That is what they want us to do. So it's already there. So I just coin the words with my own English and then I put it down. Then I will leave the part of the conclusion and the recommendation for both recommendation and recommendation. I will leave that out. And I go to the body. The introduction part of the body, I write it before then diving into the calculation aspect because it's going to consume a lot of time. But I think the second part is one that is always giving me issue because I always come with data analysis of a TMP, so it's always giving me kind of. So I'm planning that I'll first of all deal with the financial aspect try analysis, the ratio. Then when I'm done, if I still have much time left, then
Flora and Paul, why didn't you guys have much time? If you did not have much time left, Paul, how many time did you have left when you were writing your own?
Time left, I was even rushing to write.
So Paul, so
Oluwatosin,
Oluwatosin, you see that plan of if I have time left, we have to first strike that one out. You cannot have time left too. But let me allow you to wrap it up. You cannot have time left, so we'll strike that one.
Okay, so when I'm done with the financial aspects, I believe I should be able to get the conclusion and recommendation, and then I will now move to the calculation of requirement 2, which is always technical. And I'm also able to get the conclusion on time. Then I conclude the report. And
Oluwatosin, I'm glad you are in this you are in this class. And do you know why?
Why?
Because you sound like someone that knows what he wants to do. And based on a preconceived idea of, oh, okay, if I do this, when I'm done with this, I do this, I do it. What if you get to the exam hall and then you seem not to even understand the unseen part of the case study? What will happen? What will you do?
That would be crazy, sir.
Of course, it will be crazy. But guess what? Even by the time that we are done with this class, trust me, even if you get to the exam hall and you don't understand any part, you'll still be glad that you attend this class. Trust me. And yeah, thank you for sharing with us. I mean, I'll start dropping some hints shortly. Guys, let's pay detailed attention. Let's ensure as much as possible we jot. Why? Because you see that I'm not writing, I'm not sharing my screen, I'm not doing anything. We are just talking. And why are we talking? So that I can give you the sense of approach to actually nail the exam. It is an approach-based exam. It is not just an ordinary knowledge-based exam. Because if it's an ordinary knowledge-based exam, anything you know should come out. But this time around, you cannot even expect what will come out. Even from the Preseen. We've seen situations where people just say that Preseen is useless. We don't even know what it is all about and stuff like that. I'm sure people that have written this exam before can testify to how much the Preseen was useful. Francis, how much was the Preseen useful in the last exam you wrote? How much did you find some of the information useful?
About 80%, yes.
The Preseen or the unseen, which part carries more weight?
Which part carries more weight?
Carries more of the information that you need to actually come up with a report.
The other part was actually in the unseen part, because we needed to analyze if they were going to take on that business proposal as well.
Good.
So,
see, guys,
cool.
See, guys, let me be honest with us. The unseen part is where the requirement is, and that will always carry more valuable information. The Preseen that you have seen is just to help you connect some of the information that you probably will need together. They are for storytelling. Flora, yeah. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The Preseen, because I'm interested in this part now where you say that somehow is not as useful as the unseen. The financial statement that was given to us in the Preseen, is it not what we are going to use to draw the ratio analysis, and whereby, like last diet where they gave us the trend analysis, is it not what we're supposed to use to do the requirement too? Please explain more. Yeah.
No, it is not what you are meant to do. You are supposed to use to do the requirement too. No, that is not the case. You are meant to do requirement 2 based on what requirement 2 actually asks you to do, not a default approach of using ratio or no ratio, right? It is based on what the... I'm not saying that the Preseen is useless, and that's why I told us that as much as possible, we should see the case study as one. The Preseen is majorly good for storytelling and report writing. It will help you to write meaningful story. And that is why they've given you ahead of time. So that when you are done with some of the things that you want to calculate, that some of the most important things, and now you now want to buttress the point. You want to use the information in line with your solutions that you've seen, right? So that is where it comes in. But I'll allow Francis go first. Francis, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so to your response, right, that the requirement is majorly based in unseen. But I've heard people say that once they get into the exam hall, they do this la cram la pour, right, for the Preseen. That's the only thing they actually do attempt. They just write the Preseen and then they pass.
That's too much of a gamble. Well, honestly, I would not say that is it. And I would not say, in fact, that is not it. Even if they've said I do la cram la pour. So think of it this way. There are diets in, diet out, that the solution to your problem is just ratio analysis and SWOT. If that is the diet that you wrote, good for you, because that solution works in that diet. But what if that's not the diet you are writing? That the diet you are writing is talking about Porter's 5 forces. What then happen? Right? Francis, what then happen if the diet you are writing is talking about business combination and you have done something on ratio and stuff? Then there will be issues. Yeah. So, I mean, that was the default. What you've said is the default that I also grew to know, even as far back as 2018, when it was not Preseen and unseen. It was just one, right? The idea is once you get to the exam hall, do your ratios, do your SWOT and stuff. But no, it is not always like that. What if you are being asked to do was that of your own diet, which is not ratio and SWOT, or just ratio and SWOT, where you have to do more calculations from the unseen part of things? Then it gets more complicated. And then people say they write a lot and they ended up failing.
Yes, because that's my issue, right? Because I have a friend. The only thing she did, the material we all got, right? She had it, she used it. She did not do anything in the unseen part. I did a calculation for the unseen part, right? And then I ended up scoring a very low mark. And then she said she did not attempt unseen at all, and she just did the Preseen and then she passed. And she even
Honestly,
I'm interested in this part too. I'm interested because so many people will say that they did only the requirement 1 and they still passed.
So this is where some luck factor plays in, really.
Now, please, I really want to ask you another thing, please. You know, my responsibilities. They say that I need to do detailed financial analysis. Detailed financial analysis is based. I think it will be based on the financial statement given to us.
That's correct. But you know that is just a responsibility list.
Yeah, I know.
Not the actual requirements. So the requirements will still be the one that will guide you. So what I basically will tell you about the responsibility is we can use it to form a frame. We can use it to form an expectation, right, on what the likely requirements will look like. So if somebody says that they use the Preseen only and they pass, honestly, it's quite a dicey one. Really. And why do I say it's quite a dicey one is sometimes some people can just get lucky. And why is that? Even if people pass, let's compare the percentage of people that pass compared to who failed, those who failed. You see that is a lot. Even both you people said you've done the same thing, or some people said they've done extra. You do not know, you cannot specifically tell what the person did extra that you were not able to do. You can't. That's just the truth. You can't. And you cannot even tell the mood at which the person that marked the person's paper was compared to the mood of the person who marked your paper. So I mean, away from even the doing one way, there is also the examiner factor too. Who marked your paper? You know, some people can read it, they can start reading your book now and feel like this handwriting is just too poor. They are not able to read anything, and whether you're making sense or not, it affects you. You know, and some will put extra effort to just want to get or make sense out of what you have written. And some will start reading and they see that this guy is just writing rubbish without necessarily going into the full detail of what you've written. Like they get bored. And some will read a bit and feel like this is interesting. So all of these things, I mean, they play like sometimes to your favor, and sometimes we are not so much favored during those periods. However, regardless of favor or no favor, there are still some tricks and approach you can use for the exam, so much that you can believe that to a reasonable extent you are going to be favored. I repeat, there are some approach that you can use so much that to a reasonable extent you are going to be favored. I mean, the person that says I only use the Preseen, I do like cram laport, you ask the person, how did you go about the la cram laport? Right? How well did you use the information that you were given and stuff? So another thing is when people have passed, that's when they say, it is very easy. And that's because, of course, they have passed now. So when you have passed, it is very, very easy. You get. So when you have passed, this is the only thing that I did, or that I could remember that I did, and I passed. But I can jam them once, then it become well, it's not easy. That's when everybody will know that it is not about la cram la pour. There is actually an approach to ensure that you pass. And that's the same thing that I've been talking about. I mean, there's someone who was trying to speak. Let me allow him. Where are you again? From someone who Anila Abiodun. I think you wanted to say something the other time. How you want to approach the exam? Then I'll go to my own approach now for us. So we start.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
It's my first time of doing the exam, the case study exam.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you asked that, how are you going to go about the exam? Assuming
Mm-hmm.
we are in the exam or now. So, from my own perspective and from what I've learned, is that for me to approach the exam, I need planning.
Good.
Because I need planning. I have to plan myself. So, get into the exam, fine. I've already have the person with me prior to the exam or. So now in the exam, I'm giving both the scene and both the unseen and the preseen. So now I'll have to read the unseen, which I don't have before. After I read the unseen, then I will combine the two and read everything together as a single question.
Yes.
So after I read the two together as a single question, then that's when my planning comes in. Then I have a workbook where I will work on. Like let me see now. I have my answer booklet. Like I should have a plan work or plan book where I will have my plan there
That's
to start my working. So this is where I would this is just for me to prevent me being stumped on the road, like having the road jam during my
interesting.
my report.
Interesting.
During my report. So this is where I'll put what are the requirements I have to do. I have to calculate ratio, I have to calculate trend. I will have just all these things out. And while reading along, I will have notes where the points are, maybe the ethical threat, the strength of the company, where the weaknesses. I will have just like a judge. Okay, this is a page, just for me to make reference to it while writing the report. So after my worksheet now, then I'll come back and start with my, let me say, okay, there's this thing called mass defense, mass attack. So as I'm writing, okay, fine, we all know, okay, I have to have my cover page. That is very certain. Okay, like that, I'll have done that. Then from my executive summary down to my introduction, the main body and the conclusion now. Like I will be doing it simultaneously. Like as I'm writing this one, I'll be doing that one, and again my appendix as well is there for me. So that is why that is the way I feel I can approach the exam.
Makes sense. Thank you very much, Ayinla. Guys, let me ask us, what do we think about what he said? Paul, I want more people to participate in this so that I don't keep calling some set of people. What do we think about what he said? What do we think? I'm still going to ask him a question, but what do we think about what he said?
Well, sir, I think based on my own perspective, I just felt like the time might likely not be like it might likely not be within the time range if I are reading over the question, because I believe to me the Preseen we have it for some days, and I believe you must have read and be able to digest over it. So reading and reading together again, I believe the time management is not that too for me.
But every other thing, what do you think?
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
Well, I don't even think he has only learned enough from the little discussion. And let me ask you, have you watched any of my past videos before?
I would say yes.
Cool. Cool.
Because you shared the video online for us to like have a brief about it before we get to this class.
Cool. That makes a great deal of sense. Guys, I will demonstrate what Ayinla just said now. I'll demonstrate it to us. But before I demonstrate it to us, let me share my screen so that we can begin the class proper. I'm going to demonstrate what Ayinla said, but before I demonstrate that, let me go through this guy. Dismiss. So let's see this guy. Guys, see, whatever we are going to be learning from this class is going to be coming from here. Oh no, this is not the way I want this thing to appear. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can see.
My people, Francis,
Yes,
Paul, and let me remember again. Flora. Yeah. Please, let's pay good attention to this. And I want some people to be our backup. Volunteer to be our backup, because we are about to go into a journey, an interesting one. Let's pay attention to this. And I'm particularly saying this to those who said they have attempted this before, and this is their next attempt, so that they can start realizing some of the things that they've done or they did not do during the previous ones and where to improve on. See here, this is directly from ICANN, and this is from the Preseen. It was stated there, assessment of the case study. That is, this is how the case study is going to be assessed, right? So whatever we are going to be doing here today, I want everybody on this call to take note of how I am going to help us to cultivate that mindset of how to ensure that whatever we are doing within the exam hall is within the purview of what is to be assessed. And we are ensuring that we are getting some marks based on what is to be assessed. Because when it comes to exam, your best shot is to get as much marks as possible. That is your goal. Get as much marks as possible. And how do you get mark? By knowing what the examiner wants from you. So when you know what the examiner wants, what do you then do? You give it to them. And that is why we are going to be focusing on this. Assessment of the case study. Whatever we are going to be doing in this class, we must be able to compare how we have performed with this particular assessment, because they have given us expo. This is the ends. Number one thing that is said here, look at the way they've broken it down. The marks in the case study examination are awarded for professional skills and are approximately allocated as follows: assimilating and using information. This is one of the major problems that many students face. They don't know how to use the information. That's just the truth. Many students don't know how to use information. You don't know how to use information. In fact, I can almost put a bet down and say that if I give you a ratio to analyze How do you analyze ratio? In fact, let us even ask ourselves, guys, how do you go about ratio analysis on your own? How do you go about ratio analysis? Who wants to try? Just tell me that, okay, this is gross profit margin that you have calculated from one period to another period. How do you go about writing the analysis? Somebody should just give an attempt. Give an attempt so that when you are in the exam or you remember. Ismail first, please.
Israel, actually. Israel. My name
Oh,
is
sorry, Israel. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, sir. Okay, so for example, the gross profit margin ratio that you mentioned, my plan or what I've been planning of doing rather, after I'll calculate for, like, let's say a
You
number of
have
years,
gotten the
let's say
calculation.
2019.
You have gotten the calculation.
All right.
It moves from, let's say it moves from 20% this year to 30% the current year. Last year,
All
20%,
right. So
this year,
if
30%.
okay, so from some of the things I've learned prior to this particular date concerning this exam, and some of the videos I've watched, you mentioned, okay, I watched one of, like, I think 2022 Preseen that you took. You mentioned some of the things you have to note as regards ratio analysis. That the results. We also have to talk about the implications, like, okay, if this is the result, 20, 30%, what are the implications? What are the things that could have been the reason for it? And then we go ahead to say, if it is favorable, then you can, like, commend them and tell them to do more of it. And if it's something that they have to improve on, like, make them realize, like, point out the facts or the reasons for the decline and what can be improved on to improve
Makes
the
sense.
situation.
Thank you very much. I mean, you people have already carried expo. Let me allow Oluwatosin first before Ayinla. Oluwatosin.
Okay, sir. So you said there's an increase from 20% to 30%, right? So in that case, I'll be like, okay, there's an increase in revenue from 2020 to 2021.
Gross margin. Gross
Yes,
margin.
profit, like gross margin from 20 to, that's 10% increase. And I'll put the absolute also appendix. I will find the appendix and I'll tell that, okay, this might likely be as a result of maybe price management or maybe cost management. And then I might likely tell you that, okay, that they should improve and or they should sustain what makes them to be able to get this kind of value.
Makes sense. Ayinla Abiodun, go ahead.
So let's assume now the gross profit margin has increased from 6% to 30%. Like now, okay, I want to set example, like using my cost, like you said, or like I've click notes, like using of information. Like now, okay, fine, we all agree that the margin has increased by 10%. So let's say for this example, now for this our exam now, this confectionery or confectionery market or industry now, like I can just use the information in our Preseen from the page 4, where it was said that spicy product range includes a wide variety of milk, white, and plain chocolate products. Previously, spicy milk product sales has been chocolate products, but now the company has expanded into producing other form of confectionery which do not contain chocolate in any form. For example, cake. That is, the company has now expanded to producing cake and sweet candy. So this increase in the margin can be as a result of this expansion into other form of confectionery.
Exactly.
So this is just like using
Makes
of information from
Makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you very much. Guys, I hope we get what Ayinla just said. I mean, this makes sense because watching the video early actually makes our job easier here. But I want to believe that some of us, even if you have not watched the video before now, any of the video before now, did you get what Ayinla was trying to pass? Guys, did we get it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking question because see, no matter what, if you are in a session, one of the best things that will assure your success is participation. Because what you participate in, you will most likely remember than what you read. That's why I'm asking a lot of questions. What you participate in, you most likely remember than what you read. So please, guys, let us participate. Okay. So thank you very much, guys. I'm really happy that we've seen some of my video. And Ayla, was this how you knew about ratio calculations before now? Or ratio commentary before now?
No, actually. But this has broadened my knowledge more.
Exactly. For those of us who have not seen the video, we'll get there. The idea of what Ayla has said, which is one of the problems that many students used to have, even including myself back in those days. When they say we should run commentary on ratio, we will just say that the ratio gross profit margin has increased from 20% in the prior year to 30% this year. And then some of us will put full stop. And some of us can go, this means the company is doing well and stuff like that, full stop. Some of us can even write things out of thin air without necessarily relating it to the case study itself. We just write theoretical stuff. No, that is not how to do proper ratio commentary. And that is also the reasons why people write a lot and still fail. Because there is a disconnect between what you have written and what you have been told to do. You have written theory. However, this is report based on a particular business. So it is meant to reflect that business. It has to be practical. It has to be practical. Am I making sense?
Please, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Like in the return of capital employed now, let's
Yes.
assume that we want to report on it. Please just do me a favor. Do something and quote something from the case. Let me see what you can do.
I think, should we not just wait till you get there? Or you want me to do it now?
No, just do it. Since you started, let me just see what you have to say. Because I didn't get
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I've not actually gotten to the one for this case study because I've actually not even read the case. But let me help you so that, but we'll still get there again. Oh. It might sound like repetition. Oh. Let me show you the one that I've done in the past. Tell me if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see it.
What of Miss Flora? Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it, but it's very faint.
See this return on capital employed. Can you see it well?
Yes.
See this. ABC Limited return on capital employed in 2020 stood at 20%, one compared with 2019, where it reported 30%. This indicates a 5% decrease in the rows, and this can be attributed to recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs. This is what we are talking about. Do you think this is from my own head? No. This was not from my head. This was from that particular case study that we used. Thus, resulted in decrease in revenue from 250 million in 2019 to 180 million in 2020. What I'm saying here is, I'll still teach us how to ensure that we build it. I'll still teach us how to build it. But because you have asked, that's why I'm giving you this. I first said the rows has dropped. This is the reason why it has dropped. Because there is recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs. Right? And then I said this resulted in a decrease in revenue from 250 million in 2019 and 180 million in 2020. Why did I use revenue? Because I know that for you to calculate return on capital employed, you need profit before tax or profit after tax. Right? You need PBIT, right? And to get PBIT, you need revenue. And your revenue is declining. If your revenue is declining this much, what does it mean? It means that overall profit will be affected at the end of the day. And as such, I said, when I now said that things have gone bad here, and I've told you the reason, using this thing, if you use this particular case study, I know the page that this thing is on that case study. I'll still teach us how to go about that. There is already a page that I picked this from, maybe like page 4, page 3, page 5, that I picked this from, and I put it there. And this is the way it was written in the case study. And I said, however, given the subsidy by the FGN, this is also from the case study, because it is the case study that will tell me whether there is subsidy or not. I cannot just form subsidy out of my head. It can be said that ABC Limited cost of goods will reduce by 40%. Hence, the company's PBIT for the future looks good. So we can say, we can expect something good in the future. Does this make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. But I want mentioning ROC. I thought that we have to mention the capital that the capital employed.
No, you don't need all of those things. No, you know that, think of it like a real life scenario. When you want to present to management or your board, let's say you are the CFO of a company, you want to present to a board, will you be talking about the capital employed, or you want to talk about the main thing that affects our position?
So does it mean that the capital employed did not affect anything?
Exactly. That's where I was going to go. And that is why planning is important. You know that the capital employed might not necessarily be affected during that period, but it can also be affected in another period. But when you look at the two, this period, is it the capital employed that caused the issue or not? What if it is not the capital employed that caused the issue and you're quoting capital employed? Is that not wrong? Do you get it? You know that during this period, let me tell you, you know that even during this period, capital employed could have increased or improved, while revenue actually dropped significantly. You know that even though the capital employed increased, revenue dropped significantly, you know that it is still revenue that is responsible for the issue.
Okay.
So it is whatever, and that is why we are going to learn how to plan, because from that planning, we are going to start planning now. But before we start planning, I want us to know how to use information to focus on the most important thing, which is this. This thing is the most important thing in this case study. Assimilating and using information. How do you use information? Structuring problems and solutions. Not so many people know how to structure problems and provide solutions within the case study exam. They just go, they just do. But you have to be able to structure problem within the case study exam using the using the requirement that you have been given. You can structure your own problem. You structure the problem out, that these are the problem, and then these are the solutions. Applying judgment. This one is very funny. In our own days, back in the days, sometimes some years ago, they used to give us up to 6 years financials. Has anybody come across any case study past question that has up to 5 or 6 years financials before? Has anyone come across it? Sometimes 2014, 2015. I'm not sure we'll be even going to that level. Not everybody will be going to that level. Fine. But back in those days, and this is where many students used to feel, they will give us up to like 4 or 5 years financials in terms of the financial statement, in terms of the trend. People will now start calculating trend. They will calculate trend. They will calculate trend for 5 years. They will waste all the time. Calculate ratios for the 5 years. They will waste all the time. As a professional, you should be able to make judgment and say that, see, this particular case study, year 3 years or 2 years are the relevant years that I want to analyze, and they are enough. You put it there. Based on the XYZ, based on our review, we considered that, or we have concluded that analyzing or looking at the trend in the last 2 years will be sufficient for analyzing ABC's performance or ABC's financial health. And that is it. You need to apply that judgment. Otherwise, this is also a form of judgment. This is also a form of judgment. ABC Limited cost of goods will reduce by 40%. You are making judgment. You have judged. This is also a form of judgment. All of these things, they play hand in hand. And that is why I say, when you are writing your case study, you work on them simultaneously after you must have planned. So planning comes first. Mistakes that people used to do. You finish this place, you now go to the next one, you start writing. Or you want, when you finish calculating your rows, you go and write commentary. Or some people will first finish and calculating all the ratios of this world. When they are done with the ratio, they will now go to the they start writing rows. They write. After they write finish, they will go to the next thing, EBITDA. Write. And then before you know it, they are forgotten to even do SWOT. They are forgotten to even do any other thing. Some people will not even remember to write conclusion. But I'm telling you that with the approach that we want to use, you will write everything from introduction to conclusion. You will write in everything. And with that, your chances of passing has increased significantly. Significantly. You will write in everywhere. From introduction to conclusion, you write. And because of that, your chances of passing will increase significantly. Are we together?
Yes, sir. I would choose, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, they said drawing conclusions and making recommendations. We will still get there. Some people used to think that this place means that the last conclusion. No, that is not what it means. By what you are analyzing from the main case study, you can draw your conclusion and make recommendations. By what you are analyzing, they said one company wants to acquire another company. While you are doing the analysis, you are telling them this is financial health of this company, this is their strength, these are their weaknesses, and from this, if this company invests in this company, it will be successful. However, this company needs to take note of XYZ. Recommendation. That's recommendation. People think that everything must be well spelled out. Everything must be big. Everything must be enormous. No. Everything can be put inside each other because it is a report. It is a report. And because it is a report, people want to see, what are you talking about? What is the conclusion? What is the recommendation? What are you talking about? Then demonstrating integrative and multidisciplinary skills. How well are you able to even write? How well are you able to communicate? How well are you able to, your wordings? What do you place on what and how? Then presenting appropriate appendices. This one, everybody, I think we all know how to do this one, which is from the last part of towards the end of your book, you do your appendix. We'll get there. Of the total marks available, 20% are awarded for executive summary and approximately 10% for the relevant discussion of ethical issues within your answer to the requirement. Some people say, ethical issues, do we have to state it out separately? No, you do not need to state ethical issues out separately. Ethical issue is as low or as simple as saying that, the finance director and the CEO collided or concluded that two separate accounts should be prepared, one for tax purposes and one for investor. This is not a good ethical. This is not a good. This is not a good practice, or this is not a global practice. That is you spotting ethical issues. And things doesn't necessarily need to go wrong before you bring in ethical issues. Things doesn't necessarily. You can say from XYZ, the ABC as much as possible try to ensure that the role of the chairman and the MD are well separated to avoid conflict of interest. Ethical issues. Guys, am I making sense? I'm trying to make this thing as relatable as possible. I'm trying to make this thing as relatable as possible so that we will not always think that we need to write so much before we can pass. That is not always the case. Give me a sec, guys, please. I need to quickly check something. Okay, I'm back. Again, ethical issues doesn't always have to be something that is so enormous or that we have to write like we want to kill ourselves before we can pass. Make points. Use the information that you have been given. Apply judgment, and then you are going to pass. Like I said, the first time I wrote the exam, I wrote a lot. But the second time, I did not even write as much as the first time, and I passed. And guess what? Some of the guys that I've trained came back saying that, in fact, one of them, the person that scored 92, the guy, it was since he was the day he was, I think it was it last diet or last two diets? The day that the guy is, he was one of our, he was one of the participants of finance business partner course like this. The day that the guy finished the exam, the guy came to my DM telling me that he's sure that he killed the exam. The guy came to my DM telling me that, the way he did the exam, you know, and that is like the kind of confidence we are looking out for. And I was like, why will you be so sure that you killed the exam? Because I've told you what you need to do to pass. If you do it in the exam hall, you should know that you should expect that you are going to pass. If you make mistake, you'll be able to judge yourself. You'll be able to judge yourself right on spots, because I've told us. Using information, assimilating and using information. How well did you use information? How well did you refer to the case study to say that from this part of the case study, you have picked it, you picked a line or you picked two lines and say, oh, this company, based on what XYZ say here, this is what is happening here. Full stop. And this is why this thing is like this. Full stop. In fact, with that, you are even making use of the information, you are applying judgment, you are making conclusions, you are making recommendations all at once. You are doing everything. See, this is now the flip side of the story. Why many people fail. They say, although ethical issues do not form a specific requirement, as this has been deemed to have been tested in other subjects of the ICANN professional examination, but will be tested within a requirement which may include the following areas: lack of professional independence or objectivity. You see, I did not even see this place before I mentioned conflict of interest. Conflict of interest among stakeholders, doubtful accounting and creative accounting practices, unethical business commercial practices. In short, you can pick part of the case study. Maybe you see where they wrote that the CEO and the finance director are arguing about how to do something. You can bring it, you can pick this line, and in fact, this one is going to be given to you in the exam. You can come back to it and you refer back to it. That what is the ethical issue that you have noted or you have spotted? Part of your planning, you know all of these things. What is the ethical issues you have spotted? How does it relate to any of this? You quickly put it down. Objectivity or independence. The audit committee or the finance director has told the audit committee that this is the result they want to see from the audit report or internal audit report. That is what? Lack of professional independence or objectivity. So you put it there. And that will be part of, not that you just write it as a separate line. No, it will be part of a conversation that you are building. And that is why planning is again important. See, they have said it here. Candidates should note that marks are not awarded for just simply restating facts from the scenario. That is some of the things that some people do. They will just say the gross profit or loss is this, or revenue has declined by this. You are just restating facts. That is fact. The examiner knows that. Or the person that, the examiner knows that. Be able to carry out appropriate analysis of the issues involved and suggest feasible solutions to the problems identified. Demonstrate, you see, to succeed, demonstrate ability to make informed judgment on the basis of analysis carried out. See, that is why in case study, there is not outrightly wrong or right answer. Based on your analysis and based on your arguments. You do an analysis, you see that it is tilting towards this side, you put it there. This is what I say. Generate reasoned conclusions upon which relevant recommendations are made. Candidates that omit any of these will have a slim chance of success in the examination. Those of us who have written the exam before, did we bother checking this place at all when we were preparing in the past? Let's be honest too. Did we bother checking this place at all when we were preparing in the past? Those of us who have written the examination before. Go ahead. No. Cool. And that's it. You see now that I've shown us, you will be conscious of it. There is no way. You will be conscious of it. And that is the idea. To give you a thought process at which to approach the exam. Trust me, even without saying much right now, some of us are already feeling like we can do better than we probably were thinking we were going to approach the exam before. Right? Because if you take a poll right now, that's how are you feeling about the exam? Do you think you can do better or not? Trust me, you will have been feeling that you can do better. Because there are some things that I've even said here that even if I don't teach you, you can by yourself start watching out for it. Many of us, when we were reading the Preseen, what were we actually looking for? Let me ask that question. When we were reading the Preseen, what were we looking for? My people, let's answer. When we were reading the Preseen, what were you looking for? What were you looking for? Guys, let's answer now.
I'll say we're just trying to see, okay, what the Preseen is talking about, information that we might need to like know what we should put down when we finally see the requirements. Generally, just to know
just
what is
to
expected
familiarize
of us.
yourself. Many people is just to familiarize yourself. But with what I just showed us now, if you pick the Preseen again, will you not start looking for something?
Yes,
Guys.
sir.
Of course, I was starting for something, sir.
Even me myself that I've not read it before, with this one that I've shown us now, I will start looking for where the ethical issues are. What information do I think could be relevant to revenue? What information will be relevant to cost of sales? And all of those things. You start looking about, you start thinking about, you start looking at those things. Unlike before, when you were just reading just for familiarization's sake. This time around, you are not reading for familiarization's sake. You are reading because you know what you are looking for. And that is how to pass an exam. In fact, I used to say that many times the people who are better at researching and getting answers are those who actually know what they are looking for. If you don't know what you are looking for, you just keep looking. And if you don't know what to even write, or you don't have an idea of what to write, you just keep writing. You just keep writing. And at the end of the day, you see that you're not passing. So this time around, the whole idea of this session is to ensure that you know what you are going to write. Yeah, any question at this stage before we move on? We're about to start sharing screens. So I said sharing screens. We're about to start getting to the major part of the work, which is to now solve a case study. It's not going to be fully 100% solved, but to give us, to walk us through when we get to the exam, how do we go about it? So guys, any question before we go there? Any question so far? How is it so far? Let me take feedback. And yes, Godson, please go ahead. Let's allow Godson first, then Oluwatosin.
Yeah, good evening all.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is my first time of writing this exam. So it's what you give us the plan. I don't know whether you have said it or not because I'm still yet confused. The plan on how to face this exam.
Oh, okay. So you just got in, right? Not so long.
Yes.
Because when you are saying you are still yet confused, I don't expect people that have been here for the past 1 hour to still be confused. Guys, are you guys still confused?
No.
Let me ask Flora, are you still confused?
I am not confused, but I'm afraid of.
No, I love that. But you are gaining clarity, small, right?
Yes, I am. Yes,
that's the idea. We have not even gotten to the real deal, which is what Godson was asking, the plan. And that is, Godson, I'm even glad that you are here right now. So that, because that planning that you talk about is where we are going now. I'm even glad that you are here. So that it will not be after we are done, you are now talking about the plan. Yeah. Tunde Babs.
Yes, good evening all.
Good evening.
Please, just one more clarity on this assessment. I joined not too long, but I want more clarity on this assessment. That area alone,
The
where you have
assessment.
yes, where you have the percentage.
Okay.
I don't know if you can just run through it just 1 or 2 minutes for clarity,
I'm
please.
happy to do so. Let me share my screen again. Again, this assessment of the case study, the examiners who are going to examine us have said the marks in the case study examination are awarded for professional skills and are approximately allocated as follows: 20% assimilating and using information. The question is, how do you assimilate and use information? That's the question. How do you assimilate and use information? And what was our solution? Our solution is that, for example, we said rows that Flora suggested that we should use rows to do ratio analysis. Some of the places that they expect you to use information based on your assimilation is when you are running your commentary or when you are dealing with the main body of the report. They want you to use the information that you've gathered from the case study. And I cite an example and say, can somebody tell us how to go about ratio analysis? Some people made an attempt. And then Flora said, can we use rows or rose, as the case may be, as some people call it, as an example? What is ROS? Return on capital employed. We said yes, we can use that as an example. ABC Limited. Normally, when you see some students, they want to do ratio analysis. Some students stop here. Some students stop here and say this is ratio analysis. This is just you restating the facts. This is just you restating the facts. Where is it? Case study, candidates should note that. Sorry, you lost me for a second, right?
Yes.
Okay. For it to now make sense, they said that candidates should note that marks are not awarded for just simply restating facts from the case scenario. See, this is just restating facts. ABC Limited rose in 2020 stood at 20% when compared with 2019, where it reported 30%. That is just fact from the case. But to now make it to make sense, where you are going to simply be doing what? Be using the information that you have assimilated, right? Be applying judgments, be making conclusions and recommendations, and then be using or demonstrating some good writing skills. That's when we now say, look here. This indicates a 5% decrease in the rows. Even if you stop here, you are still restating the fact. However, moving on, this can be attributed to a recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs. Does anyone think I could have bring this out of my head? Can I just generate this out of my head? Anybody? No, I can't. Even if I generate it out of my head, will it make any sense? It won't. So this is from the case study we were analyzing as at then, which we are still going to do again now. Anyway, we are still going to do it. I hope some of us, we have done some of these ratios down so that it will be easy for us. We are still going to do it. And this can be attributed to a recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs. This one alone, I've scored 20% of this particular conversation. I will get mark. Even if it is 1 or 2, I'll get a mark because I am using information from the case to reflect the fact from the case as well, which is also related to what I have done in terms of analysis that they said here. Candidates should be able to carry out appropriate analysis of the issues involved and suggest feasible solutions to the problems identified. Demonstrate ability to make informed judgment on the basis of analysis carried out. generate reasoned conclusions upon which relevant recommendations are made. All of these things doesn't mean you have to get to the conclusion and recommendation part or section of the case study. No, it is based on the case as you are proceeding with it. And that is why we have here. Thus, resulted in a decrease in revenue from 250 million in 2019 to 180 million in 2020. Without you reading that case study, let me ask you a question. What resulted in the revenue decrease? What caused the revenue decrease? Let me ask Babs now. What caused the revenue decrease? What caused this revenue decrease that we are talking about here? Hello? Oh, my network.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, it's not my. Okay, it's not network. So what caused this revenue decrease?
That is area of sales.
No. From
I
this
think
case study.
global competition and inflation.
Exactly. From this case study, that is what is using information.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yes.
What I want you to get here, right? We said Rose has decreased to 20% from 30%. We now said the reason why it decreased is because there is a recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs. But that is not just it. Because this thing doesn't affect Rose directly. It's affected an element that contributes to calculating the Rose, which is what? Revenue. Because revenue contributes to calculating the profit before interest and tax. Am I making sense?
Yes, I said sales now.
You said sales. No, not sales. You have to bring in the information from the case study. What makes the sales to drop?
Okay.
That is the difference. That is using information. What makes the sales? We all know that it is sales that dropped. But what makes the sales to drop? That is what they want you to do. They want you to tell, don't just say sales drop. What caused the sales to drop? They want you to tell them that. Does that make sense?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Like in this our own Preseen now, the sales increased. The sales increased. So should we also give reason for the increment?
By God's grace, because there must have been a reason why it's increased. I mean, or will there be no reason why it's increased? But fear not, even if there is no reason why it's increased, guess what? Even if there is no reason why it's increased, there will also be another element that you should watch out for. That they will have stated something about that element. You know that PBIT, let's say cost, they made mention about cost reducing. You know that PBIT, before you get to PBIT, you have to do gross profit, which is revenue minus cost of sales. And if they say cost of sales is decreasing, what does that mean?
Please, Flora, mute yourself.
Please mute your mic if you are in a noisy area and you are not talking. Guys, let's us even see whether we are understanding this thing. So they said that, can you guys hear me? And that's for Flora.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
And Babs too. Flora and Babs. Let's look at it this way. They said that we are looking at Rose. I've said that profit before interest and tax divided by capital employed. That's how you get Rose multiplied by 100. Yeah. Now the revenue increased, but they did not say anything about revenue in that case study. But they made mention of cost of sales. That cost of sales reduces. How does this help Rose? Flora, how can you use this to make? How can you use this to say you are using the information? How can you use it? Or how will you use it? Cost of sales reduces. They said that because of the local manufacturing has increased, the new prices of commodity has dropped. So how will you use this?
Sorry, I was lost somehow. Sorry, I was lost.
So now this okay, it's fine. Babs, are you with me?
I'm trying.
Okay. We are talking about Rose now.
Okay.
Right? Rose has getting better. Yeah. They did not give us information on revenue based on the case study, but revenue increased during the period. but they did not tell us why it's increased. But they told us that local manufacturer has reduced their prices of commodities, which we use for our production, which means cost of sales has reduced. Yet you want to make commentary on the rows. What are you going to refer to now?
The reference would be to the cost of sales.
Why?
Because from the angle of the local commodity that decrease in price, then one should pick up that at least that will have a positive effect on the sales.
It will not just only have effect on the sales, it will have positive effect on the profit before interest and tax.
Tax, yes.
Do you get?
Yes, yes.
You see that everything makes sense now.
Yes,
because
yes.
That will show that you are using the information. And when they see that you use the information, they are what you mark. Flora, does that make sense?
Yes.
You remember that I also said when you asked about capital employed that we did not mention it. I said it probably might not have changed. It probably might not even be the effect. It probably might not be the cost. Anything can be. And that is one of the things I'm going to share with us. Anything can be. But what we need to do is to know what elements. Once we know the elements that makes up what we are running commentary on, we will pick any part of the elements that we have information on and use it. And that is how to become successful in this exam. Because, like I said, the purpose of this class is to give you an approach to the exam. This is how to plan the exam. When you plan, trust me, you kill it. Because you will know what to do. You know what you are looking for. You are not just reading. You are looking for something. And that is the idea. You are not just reading. Every other person will be reading. You are looking for something. Because you already know what the examiner is expecting from you. And that's what you want to give them back. So you are looking for where to get your point. So you look. Everybody knows how to calculate ratios. From the ratio you want to calculate, you should have known that there are some things that they will have spoken about that affect some of the elements of the ratios. What do I mean by elements? Is it revenue? Is it cost of sales? Is it profit before interest and tax? Is it this? Is it that? They will have said something about it. Trust me. In fact, let us just get to, we are almost spending 2 hours here. Let's go to the real deal. Let me share my screen. Before we get to the real deal, any final question from anybody? Okay. Any question? No questions. Give me a sec. Screen that is there. And so let me share my screen. And then we have it. I'm coming. I can't share my screen now. Sorry, give me a second. This Chrome is not allowing me to see the whole screen. Okay, let me first stop share. Let me first cancel my share screen. Okay, let me know once you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense. Since we can see my screen, we're about to get to it. Okay. Okay, this is where I'm supposed to reduce. Okay. So so let me get us here. We are going to use a new blank sheet for our own. So so guys, I haven't taken us through some of the should I say some of the, how do I call it now, preliminary discussions. Now we are where we are going to do the job. We want to do the job now. And in doing the job, From the icon pack, let me see if I can get my icon pack shared with us here. From the icon pack, yeah, this is it. They've told us how the case study exam should be approached, but many of us don't pay much attention to it. This is it. From the icon pack, they've told us that, see, the case study examination requirement, you are required to prepare a draft report as set out in the email from the partner of your firm. Your report should comprise the following elements: your responses to the 2 detailed requirements as set out in Exhibit X and Exhibit XS, including financial appendices as required. State clearly any assumptions that you make. That means you are free to make assumptions. You need to know that. You are free to make assumptions. All workings should be attached to your answer. Your report should be balanced across the 2 detailed requirements, and the following time allocation is suggested. The people that are suggested this time, they know what they are doing now. So those of us that will get to the exam, and then the next thing, you are just writing. That is not the way to go. That is not the way to go. When you get to your exam, or even for you to write, there are certain things you can write. But before you start writing, there is something called reading and planning. They say you should use 1 hour. The people that recommended 1 hour, they know what they are doing. Many people don't take cognizance of it. Not even today that, in fact, though I don't have the data, but I'm almost certain that if you compare now that there is Preseen versus the time or the last time that there was no Preseen, I'm sure the success rate will have dropped in comparison. Why? Because people will so much rely on the Preseen and do la cram la pour, and at the end of the day failed. Many people that we are seeing that are passing with la cram la pour, those are just tiny bits of many people that probably succeeded at it. Tiny bits. Why? Because people fail to plan. People fail to plan. And that is why one of the key things that we'll be spending the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes on now is planning. Performing calculation and analysis, 1 hour. So all of you that use 2 hours and more to perform calculations, you are not helping yourself. Then drafting reports, 2 hours. This time allocation is a suggestion. Different students work in different ways, and by the time you come to the real examination, you should have a method with which you are comfortable. The key point is that the 2 detailed requirements carry equal weight. And this is what they've done. Overall, 60 minutes in terms of how you should go about it. Requirement 115, requirement 2. Planning. Let us go to the planning. How do we plan? And that is what we are going to be doing now. So, as a matter of fact, like I've said, I'm just looking at this Preseen myself. So, we are all together. Some of us are even better than me because we have seen it before. Now, let's see the real deal. How do you approach the exam when you see the unseen? That's what I want us to focus on. Because for me now, it's an exam now. Because I'm teaching everyone here. It's an exam. So I want to do the exam. You people have seen the Preseen. I have not seen the Preseen. So what do I do? Even if I have not seen the Preseen, I will still do my thing. I will still work. So how do I work? Number one thing here is, we all know where we are going. May 2024 case study. Spicy Confectionaries Limited, SCL, right? List of exhibits. They've given us 4 exhibits. Yes, they've given us 4 exhibits. Each exhibit used to tell us about something. And from each exhibit, we used to make some certain decisions. Yeah? But those decisions are not always cast in stone. And that is why I want us to go and approach the exam with an open mind. Because many of those decisions are not usually cast in stone. But we can make decisions. We can know what to kind of expect in a way. They've told us, about you, John Adesola, We are John Adesola. Our employer, Osayeme Adelowo and Chukwuwa and Co. That's our employer. Now, the idea of about us is to tell us what we are capable of. So from there, we can have a distinct or a faint idea of what to expect of the exam because they've told us what we are capable of. They've told us. So back to Flora on, is the Preseen not now useful? The Preseen is useful because it will tell you who you are and what you are capable of. But does that mean that's what exactly they will bring out in the exam? Not necessarily. But they will bring part of what you are capable of in the exam. And that's the idea. That's the idea. Preseen, to help us prepare some things. Unseen, we have gotten to the exam of how do we ensure that we balance things. God's son has left again, probably internet issues. And this is a place that he shouldn't miss. Guys, please let's fix our internet at this time because this is the most important part. Spicy Confectionaries Limited history. They are telling us the history. Business structures, strategies, and models. If they are telling us all of this, guess what? They are telling us about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. No, we probably might not even have opportunities and threats here, just yet. But from this, we will know there's strengths and weaknesses because they are telling us about them. The confectionery market, this is where we will see the opportunities and threats in the market. And that is why we have something called external business environmental factors or analysis. Analysis, that is, we use Pestel, we use SWOT, and some other business analysis tool. Then we have the factors, which are, if you are doing Pestel, the political, the economical, the social, all those factors. If you are using SWOT, the threats and opportunities, they are factors that affect business. Right? We now have Spicy Confectionaries Limited. They summarized financial statements 2021 and 2022. This is even easy. They've made life easy for everybody. Summarized financial statements 2021 and 2022. When you now get to 2023, probably they get to 2023, they now give you people from the unseen part. They give you a management account. Who can tell me? Let me see whether we are following me or not. Who can tell me that management account? What can you do with it from this angle? That management account, if they give you management account, what can you do with it from this angle? What can you say about it from this angle? From this page that I'm showing us, what can you talk about management accounts? My people, should I call names? What can you say about management account? They've given you.
That's doubtful accounting.
Cynthia, is he audited? Cynthia, if you can unmute your mic, I would like to speak with you. How will you reference it? You are just saying, is he audited? How will you reference it? What do you want to reference it as? Cynthia, if you are able to unmute your mic, I'll be very glad. Unless you are in a very noisy place.
Okay, I'll say perhaps professional skepticism.
Thank you. Which is what kind of matter? What kind of matter is professional skepticism? Somebody should help her. What kind of matter can you link professional skepticism?
Please remove this.
Political business and commercial practice.
Yeah, perhaps.
Number one, you can be talking about non-availability of industrial fridge. Then the account not being audited.
So where do you want to link it to in this place for you to ensure that you get mark?
Ethical
issue. You link it to ethical issues. You know, professional skepticism can be as a result of ethical. What is even professional skepticism? Because you don't want to trust, you don't want to rely on something. Why don't you want to rely on something? Because of ethical issues. So you can link it to ethical issues instead of you waiting for you to be given all the information. You have been told that management account is not audited. You say, if management account is not audited, how do we now trust it? So let's now say in 2023, they are now doing way more than they did in 2022. You talk about it when you are making your commentary on ratios. When you finish saying that, they did well in 2023, however, given the fact that the management account is unaudited, there is a chances that if the account is audited, the numbers might reduce. And as such, ABC Limited should be careful before the decision is made. Say they should request or they should wait. If they can wait for the audited account to be done, fine. Otherwise, they can probably make an assumption based on other factors. Are we together? My people, are we together?
Yes, sir.
I need us to be together. And we are making judgment too. Thanks, Sheung. We are making judgment because professional skepticism is you making judgment too, because you don't want to trust them. So you are asking questions, you are questioning the process so that you can make judgments. Guys, am I making sense? See the way I'm going.
Please. Yes.
See the way I'm coming back. I'm building it.
Yes, sir.
I'm building it. I'm building it. There is a reason why I'm building it. Because this is report. And when it comes to report, it is about story. You're telling a story. That is why whenever all of us, those of us that were already senior at our workplace, by the time we get back to our workplace, we become and all of those things. You hear people say you should tell them the financial story of the organization. Tell us about the financial health. You build them block on block. These are the stories. Please follow me because now is the real deal. They are telling us about us. They are saying us, John Adeshola, and our employer. We are John. Now they are telling us we report to Julius. And then what do? We are known, part of our responsibilities, preparing detailed financial analysis and report on the performance of the firm's hospitality clients. So most likely we are going to be using ratio because you need to prepare for us to prepare financial performance analysis. We can use ratio. What other things can we use to prepare financial analysis? Aside from ratio, what other things do you know how to use to prepare financial analysis?
Trend analysis.
Trend analysis. What other thing?
Common size.
Common size. What other thing? Nobody remember cash flow. You can use cash flow too, depending on what you are given. My people, again, my people, you are being told that this is part of what you do. So you should expect one way or the other. Analyzing your client's financial statement to identify areas of weaknesses, and some of these days, many of these things are becoming similar. This is similar to what they said last year too. But let's see. Assessing operational and strategic business proposal. Whenever I see this, my intuition always tells me that they want to bring something about that relates to another business. And when they bring something that relates to another business, they start talking about, whether to make an investment decision or not. That's what I used to tell my guys. When it comes to anything, whether or not they should invest in a business, aside from the NPV and all of those technical things, if you don't know those technical things, you will still pass. Ask me how. When it comes to making decision on business, two things are important. Who can tell me? Two things are important when it comes to making decision on any form of business or project. Two things are important. Who can tell me? Say it in any way you like. Who can tell me? Two things are important. Once you can do those two things, you are good to go. They are just plus and minus. Who can tell me? I've given us into
that you invest or not, sir.
Whether you invest or not. How do you determine whether to invest or not? Two things. Two things will help you to determine.
When there is a return and
No. You are going too far. How do you get it? No, you have to calculate NPV now. Ayla?
Okay. To me, I think maybe the base is worthwhile.
Business is worthwhile.
The
How do
return
you know
on,
whether the business is worthwhile?
yeah, at
My
least
people.
the cash flow that we will get
Yeah,
will be
Babs.
older.
Ayla, you can rest now. Let Babs come up.
Whether there is fund or not, fund availability
So
or
how
not.
do you translate it? You say whether there is funds or not. What I want to hear from you relates to funds, but make it simple. It is just two. Just two. Think about it.
I'm thinking.
When there is funds, how do you get funds? When there is funds, where do you get funds from? Or when there is funds, what do we call it? When there is funds, what do we call it, my people? You people, you need to go back to your FR and CR again. No, not even FR and CR again, even SFM, even PM. My people, when you are assessing any business, I think Ayla tried. He made an attempt. Ayla, do you still want to say something?
Really, not really.
Okay, you can lower your hand. Ayla made an attempt. It is something that is common. Okay, if you are in an exam hall, they now say you should do NPV. You cannot remember how to do NPV. What can you do? Flora, you are in the exam hall. Everything has gone complicated, but they say you should assess a business. What will you do? What will you at least attempt to do? Everything has gone complicated. What will you do? They are saying people are calculating some sort of IFRS 9 and all of those complex things. What will you do? Flora, I'm over to you.
I was lost because it started raining here, so I'm trying to connect the this thing to the television. So all this while you've been talking, I've been running around connecting it to a device that I can enable me here. I'm so sorry. I just
no problem. Just connect to a bigger device. Connect to a bigger device. Okay, let me ask somebody else. Paul, you are in the exam hall. Everything is now looking YY. But the goal is to assess whether to invest in a business or not. What two things are you going to focus on just to ensure that you survive?
First thing is to look for
two things.
information that we use.
It's just two things. Two things.
The cost of capital and the relevant cash flow to the project I want to assess.
You people, why are you people complicating things? You people are, that's why people don't pass, because they are complicating things. You just need two simple things. When you get those two simple things, regardless of how complex the situation is, you'll be able to score some points. Trust me, you will score. And again, in exam, for you to pass, it is to get as much marks as possible. So if it is to get as much marks as possible, what are you talking about? Do you need to get 100? Not in this. If you are a prize winner, if you are seeking prize, by now, this question that I'm asking you, you should already be calculating in your head how to just relate with me. Because the solution to your problem is just inflow and outflow. Just analyze the inflow and outflow and see what is happening there. Because they will first complicate those ones. So when you are able to analyze those ones, as you are analyzing them, you are getting marks. Inflow and outflow. Before you now do whether NPV or not NPV, before you calculate loans or no loans, first analyze the inflow and outflows, the ones that are close to you. You get your marks. Paul, what do you think?
Well, yeah, that's what I think. But I mean, I think that was what I also mentioned. I mean, when I meant the relevant cash flow.
I know that you mentioned relevant cash flow, but those are not two things again now. Just two things. Inflow and outflow, plus and minus. And guess what? Your inflow and outflow most times is just plus and minus. They will give you units that they want to solve. They will give you this, they will give you that. Multiply, plus, minus, and you are fine. Again, in case, I'm telling us this because if things go south, so that you can have backup. But the real deal is for you to know how to do your NPV and stuff. Right? But if things are going south, so that you can still maintain and get some points, inflow, outflow. What is the inflow? What is coming in? How did they talk about what to come in? What is the value? What is the number of units? Multiply them. This is inflow A. That analysis.
But I think I see something on cash flow now.
You said cash flow now, but cash flow is broad now. Is NPV not based on cash flow? I know you said cash flow, and I was trying to point you to the right direction, but you're not looking there. You are too big on the bigger picture. The details also matter. The small part of the whole thing also matters. And Flora, yes. Are you good now? So, guys, the small part of the details also matter. And I'm telling us this because of if things go south. I'm not saying they are like the major part of things, but those small details, in case things go south, because it's an exam. You don't know what to expect as much 100%. But yes, we have an idea. But what if things are not going the way we are hoping they go? What do we then do? Do we then say we have failed? No, we cannot fail. We cannot fail. Because we cannot fail, we focus on what we can do. What is the inflow? What is the outflow? And how are they looking? Even based on those ones, we make our comments. And we'll get there. The next thing is saying that assessing operational and strategic business proposals. This is the reason why I mentioned it. Because when people are talking about business proposal, at the end of the day, what are they looking out for? Profit. What is to be made out of it? That is it. Does it make sense or not? And in fact, before you even finish, whether you get to NPV or not, from calculating some small inflow and outflow, you can tell whether something makes sense or not. Some of us are very good business people now. Some of us are working. From our place of work, we'll have encountered different scenarios that will make decisions right on spot. We'll make decisions. And all of these things, that is one of the reasons why they used to say, for you to write ICANN and all of those things, you should have some work experience before you get inducted. Because all of them are from your work experience will play out. Because at the end of the day, at work, it's just to see whether it makes sense or not. And right, as soon as you are seeing that the cost is just too much, why is the cost looking so much than the revenue? And they have made a comment before that the situation is getting worse. You make your conclusion based on those ones. You make them. You don't necessarily need to finish the calculations if you cannot finish them. But if you can, I beg, if you can score 100, bring it home. Thank you. Assessing the client's financial and business forecast together with the assumptions upon which all this one, business forecast and all of those things, you are looking at inflow, outflow. What is coming in, what is going out, and how do they relate to the information we have been given at hand? You have to use information. You have to use information. Advising your client on their strategic tax planning strategies for optimal tax liabilities. My people, I think we should be expecting something around tax. I don't know what it's going to look like, but even at tax planning level, your tax knowledge now comes to play. Whether you advise them to apply for pioneer status so that they can get tax holiday, or you tell them to participate in some certain countries so that they can get a double taxation treaty and all of those things. Yeah. Drafting report for your boss based on the operational and strategic business analysis you have carried out. See, from this last one, Pestel, SWOT, ratio analysis will work most likely. And that's why Francis that said some of the friends just do la can la pour and pass. It's possible based on the case study of that year. If they go and jam case study that is not similar to this, you are going to fail. In fact, many people failed. Let's go and get the statistics. We see that a lot of people are failing more than the people that are passing, even from prior period. And why? Why? Because people don't know the approach to which they should do the exam. So as much as possible, right? I mean, it is very, very much important that, we try to understand what the whole thing is saying so that everything makes sense. This is number one. Moving on. I'm coming. Give me a sec. I'm coming. Okay. I'm coming. Just give me a sec. Okay. Okay. So moving on from here. They now said Spices Confectionaries Limited history. This is the business history, structure, strategies, and model. For those of us who have read this place, what have we noticed? Anyone who is walking me through, what have we noticed from here? Flora, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I read it in paragraph 2 and 3. I saw the reason for the increase in that their revenue.
Cool. So what do we do when it comes to planning? I will tell you. Paragraph 2 and 3. You saw the reason. In fact, let me just go to the planning since I will not have to read that much. Many of us have read it. So let's go to the planning. Let's start working. So we are not going to be going through this. Let's come here. Let's come to the planning. So, my people, this is where we are going, and this is where we are going to be wrapping up soon. When we get to the exam, what do we do? What do we do? My people, as you are getting your answer booklet, your question paper, and you can start now. Time to plan. People now say, how do we plan? Don't worry yourself too much on how to plan. Number one thing for planning, rule number one, go to the answer booklet, last page of your answer booklet. I come here, I insert a blank page. Go to the last page of your answer booklet. Call it planning area. You might not necessarily not call it planning area because me, I'm using this. That's why I call it planning area. Planning area. This is my planning area, right? Then the next thing, planning area. This is my planning area. So what do I do? Before you people start planning, you read. So you people have read through. So you read through the unseen, then read from the preseen to the unseen. You read all of them together. As you are reading them, the next thing is to watch out for the information requirements. What is the requirement saying? What is the requirement saying? And we start analyzing the requirements. So we use a case study to do one. We use a case study from the past and analyze a requirement. This is a scene case study. What year is this? May 2022. This is May 2022. We use this one. This is still preseen. No, I'm coming now. Okay. May 2022 Pathfinder. Okay, this is May 2022, the Pathfinder itself. So we'll go to the case study area. Okay, so this is the requirements, right? So this is the requirements that we are going to use to plan. But before you even go through this requirement that we are going to use to plan, there are different approaches to it. Number one approach, we read through. When we are done reading through, or as we are reading, we can start jotting based on what we feel is important or what we feel will be useful. We can start jotting. Number two approach, we read through. When we are done reading through, we come and analyze the requirements. And that number 2 approach is what I'm going to take us through. We analyze the requirements. We do what? We analyze the requirement. And that is what? Planning. That is what? Planning. So let's plan. My people, this is 2022. We are going to use your 2020 Preseen as well. But, should I do it this way? Let me think. Yeah, let me use this one. I'll use this one. And then I'll use your Preseen to explain further how to solve it. So we'll use this one to bring out what we want to do. And then we'll use your Preseen to solve this one. We'll see how we are going to do it. So what do we want to do? It's the same thing. It's the same approach. My people, please pay attention to details here. Let's pay good attention to details here. They said that, please draft from my review a report addressed to the Board of Best Price Fashions. The report should comprise, guys, this is where we are going. Let's remember 2 things. I'm coming. Let me put this one here. Then let me come here and be showing us this place. I said this is the most important part of this case study. This is what we want to solve now. Let me bring our planning area here. And this is our planning area. So we can easily move from side to side. Moving on. Yep. So what do we do? This is our planning area. We have seen that they said evaluation of the company's performance in the previous years or in the previous 3 years, 2018 to 2020, using the key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with equivalent figures from 3 of the company's major competitors. This diet is, this is May 2022. This diet is, man, this is quite simple. And I'll tell us why it is simple. Let me tell us why it is simple. And that is because, why am I saying it is simple? Because planning. Evaluation of company's performance in the previous 3 years using the key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with. What are we talking about? Number 1 thing that we need to do here, financial analysis, or we using ratio. You are doing financial analysis using ratio. Meanwhile, in this particular case study, oh no, I'm coming. They just took my lights, and I'm also currently, my inverter is currently being fixed. So sorry, guys. I'm coming. Let me look where we are. I can't even find my page. In this country. Where are we? I'm coming now. Okay, I know how to get us now. Is this still okay? I've disconnected it now. Sorry, guys. I can't even see I can't see my screen, and it's quite odd. Okay, just arrived. Okay, I can see my screen now. Just give me a sec. I probably might need to on generator for me to be able to use this going forward. Give me a sec. Let me just quickly on my gen. Okay. What was I? Where were we? Who is helping?
Using the May 2022 question.
Okay, makes sense.
As a finish one.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we've seen from this particular scenario, they said we should evaluate the company's financial performance, the company performance in the previous 3 years, using the key financial indicators. So the problem with some cohorts or some prior period or some period is that they don't give them financial indicators. You are the one that will calculate by yourself. And I've helped us with that too. I will also help us with that. In this event, they've given them what to use to calculate. Simple, you don't have problem. They've told you what ratios to calculate. Some mistakes that students used to make, they calculate a lot of ratios, a whole lot of them. That is wrong. If you are going to calculate ratios at all, I've listed a number of ratios for us here that we can calculate, which I believe we already have, but I will still speak to them here, which is that, say you want to calculate ratios and you don't know what to do. These are a number of ratios you can calculate, and you can spread it across the different classes of ratios that we have. But in this case of these guys, they've told them what they should do. And because of that, they do not have any issue. So, as such, as soon as you know that they say you should calculate using key financial indicators, you quickly go to your booklet. Tell us, what are the things that they say you should calculate? These are where you are planning. We are still doing what? Planning. Everybody, this is planning. So, let's say they did not tell us yet. So, what do? We say, at least, if you want to calculate ratios, do it this way. Do it this way. Based on what you've seen, you know that we are going to calculate ratios. So what should you do? What you should do is this. Do it this way. Calculate at least from profitability ratio, from liquidity ratio, from efficiency ratio, from solvency or leverage ratio, then from market or investors ratio, depending on what the financial statement is saying. So you have to have looked everything through. That is the reason why the first thing you do is to read. So you read. When you read through, based on your observation, you will have seen the necessary ratios you want to calculate. If you are not given a benchmark, but if you are given a benchmark, they've helped you. You don't need to struggle to make that decision. Let's say now, on this our own Preseen, we are not given a benchmark. What we then do, we say, these are the list of ratios ULAB has given me that I can calculate. Let me just pick from them. I say, Rose, I pick one. I don't need to calculate this one, because you do not have to calculate too much ratios to make a point. Calculate based on the relevant ones. And that is why I say pick based on the different classes of ratios. So that when you pick from the different classes of ratios, you are able to calculate the ones that you are fine with. At least one from each classes, at the very least. There are how many classes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 classes. But not all companies will give us data that relates to EPS and all of those things. So let's say 4 classes. Let's say 4 classes. Right? 4 classes. At least one from all of them. At least one from all of them. You know? So what do you then do? Select the ones you are comfortable with. But because even at least one from one of them, you can do 2 from profitability ratio. All of us know how to calculate gross profit margin, net profit margin, ROS. All of us know how to calculate that stuff. So because we know how to calculate that stuff, we do at least 2 from there. When we do 2 from there, we go to liquidity ratio. We pick one because current ratio is important. Why are we talking about acid test ratio? We don't necessarily need acid test if there is nothing going on, if they don't tell us anything significant about inventory, for us to not be worried or concerned about inventory. So we pick one from liquidity. From efficiency, there are a number of them. And one thing about performance evaluation is usually that there is also a need for efficiency based on the industry the company is performing. If it is a manufacturing-based industry, like this one that we are doing, we have to consider some efficiency ratio. From here, which efficiency ratio should we consider? What is the payable turnover saying? What is the receivable turnover saying? And then what is the inventory turnover saying? We can pick 3 from here. We can pick 3 from here. Moving on here, we say long-term and solvency. We can pick 1. If we have all of these ones, we can pick at least EPS or PV ratio, PE ratio. But let's use EPS because some people, if they are PLC, they can give us the EPS directly. How many ratios do we have in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ratios. You are good to go. You are good to go. Even if you want to consider time, you feel like, probably you are a bad planner, of which I don't expect you should be a bad planner by now because we are on this call together. You cannot be a bad planner again. Let's now say you want to limit things. You can say, okay, I want us to calculate inventory turnover because if you have inventory in your FS, you have to try as much as possible, and you are dealing with manufacturing. Inventory is very important. Usually, guys, this is what I used to say when you are planning. Planning is the time for you to decide what you want to do. Planning is the time for you to decide what you want to do. And how do you decide what you want to do? When you are reading through the case. So let's come through your own case. Let's look at the financials. These are the financials. These are the financials. Nothing here can help us to calculate what's it called? EPS, any investor related ratio. We don't need it. We close that one out. Right? We come again from the financials. We have revenue, so we can calculate gross profit margin, we can calculate ROS. So we move on. Then the next thing, we have inventory. Inventory did not increase as much, no problem. We have receivable. Do we have cost of sales? We have cost of sales. And we have payable. Do we have payable? Okay, we have payable. So we can calculate those ones too. Right? What other ratios can you guys think of? We have current ratios, current assets over current liability. We can do that too. Guys, these diets, I can almost bet that almost everybody on this call will pass. If not, in fact, everybody on this call should pass. I can almost bet it. From these financials that I'm looking at, nothing complicated yet. In fact, nothing complicated. Let's dive into this thing. Let's dwell into it. Let's delve into it so that everybody all the ratios we want to calculate. We can decide to calculate all these ratios and we are going to be fine. Or what other ratio? So based on this now, I've determined the ratios that I want to calculate. But if you now get to the exam, they now give you benchmark. You are even a lot freer. Just pick the benchmark. You come and write them out here. Guys, who can tell me why we are writing all of these things here in our planning area? Let's see if we are together.
So as to make our work much more easier and to know what to do.
1. Who else? That's 1 or 2. Easier, you are knowing what to do. What else is this useful for?
So it is very useful.
Make us know.
So we won't get stuck along the line while working.
Cool. You never get stuck because you have already written out what you want to do. What else? Somebody else should help me.
It gives us a basis for analysis.
Thank you. It gives a basis for analysis. From this place, you're already knowing now what you want to analyze. You're already knowing what you want to do. And also, for those of us that must have done la crème la peau of some of this formula, you quickly write out your formula. I think somebody else too wants to say something the other time. Let me allow the person. What's his name?
Actually, I wanted to say so I will not get stuck in the exam During
Of course,
during the course of the
with
exam, and
this,
that's what Anila said.
I mean, sure, everybody has seen. With this, we all know that we cannot get stuck. And then somebody said something about analysis. Babs, very good point. Because from here, you're already knowing the kind of analysis you want to do. And now that is where reading, you are able to keep track. Thank you. That's another thing. You know where you are. You know what is going on. You are not confused. You are not running everywhere. When you are stuck in one, you leave it. You go to the other one. You continue. You don't get stuck. Possible. You have written something on some. You don't know where to go again. Leave that one. Go and pick the next one. Because each time you are coming back to the back of your answer booklet, you are seeing that, I've not touched this one. You go back to your book. You quickly write that one too. You touch it. And that is why I say, with this planning method, you are going to write from beginning to the end. You touch everything from introduction to conclusion. You touch everything. It's not just possible that you will not touch it. You will touch them. And look at me. Guys, pay more attention here. Godson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm
cool.
here.
The planning area that you've asked for. Please, let's ensure we are together here, because I will call you from time to time. Let's ensure we are together here. What I want to do next is even a lot more important than what I've done now. But let's hold on. We have determined so number one, after we started analyzing the what were we doing before? We are analyzing this. We are analyzing this question. I beg, what else do examiners want to mark, if not the requirements? So we are analyzing the requirement and what to answer in our planning area. We've seen that they say we should calculate, we should do company's financial performance, and then we should benchmark it with financial indicator provided. So we quickly go to the to the case to go and look for where the financial indicator is. We write those key financial indicators out. Usually they will probably not be more than 5. We write all the 5 out. Gross margin, gross profit margin, gross this, gross that, and we write everything out. Once we're done writing everything out, we decide, you write them out, you wrote the formula just beside it so that you don't forget. But if you know that you can never forget the formula, you don't need to write them. But you are done with that part. Trust me, you are done. You are already getting done. Because if you already write those ones, what else? You filled up your book. You even be able to write summary or executive summary with this one. Flora, over to you.
I didn't get the last thing that you said.
What did I say before that last thing? That's what I will know.
About the gross margin, the gross this, the gross that.
Oh, I mean, if they give us a benchmark, like gross profit margin, ROAS, you are good. They've given you benchmark. Just go and carry the benchmark from the case. Do you understand that? They've given us a benchmark. We carry the benchmark from the case study. We quickly write them down here. We write them down here. When you write them down, you can write the formula. If you know that you will forget. If you know that you cannot forget, you don't need to write the formula. But if you do you more good, if you quickly jot the formula down in front of them. What is ROAS? What is ROAS? ROAS is PBIT over CE. You close it there. What is gross profit margin? Oh, yeah, who is telling me what is gross profit margin?
Gross profit over revenue.
Thank you.
Sir, sorry, sir. I have an issue with that ROAS. In some cases, they say that the ROAS is in profit after tax divided by total assets.
Somebody should help me address this, Oga. Who wants to address it?
I mean total equity. Sorry. Profit after tax.
Who wants to help me to address what this Oga is saying? He said he has a problem with the way I define rules. Who wants to address it? Let's see whether we are all together here. There's a level you need to get.
Come again.
Come again?
I said.
No, not you. Who wants to address what he said?
Whoa, PBIT all over CA now.
Okay, that's what you have to say. That's not what I want to hear. Who else wants to address what is going on now?
I said let the guy.
Okay, I think this. Okay, from what I heard, this is actually us just trying to choose ratios that we think will help us in our analysis. And definitely, it's not about they're not asking for a specific formula. If you see that we have capital employed, which is like total asset less current liability, we'll just use it based on what we think will help us in analyzing it. Since we're not giving any benchmark or giving anything to work with, and then it will
I
help
love the
us in
contribution.
analyzing or giving.
I love the contribution, but that's not what I want to hear actually. Who knows? Who know what I want to hear? Somebody is complaining that this is not what he saw in the textbook while defining return on capital employed. Who knows what I want to hear?
For me, the thing is, there are many ways to calculate financial ratios.
Exactly. That's one of the problems with ratios. It has several definitions.
Yes, that's one of the limitations of ratios. That is why
So,
in this case
so
study,
you don't need to
you have
worry.
to assume. Assumption is allowed in this case study examination.
Come again.
That is one of the limitations of ratios is that it has many formulas, and that is why you have to assume in this case study examination.
That's fine. So,
Yes, sir.
Oluwatosin, one of the problems of ratio or one of the limitations of ratio is that it has several formulas or several definitions, and because of that, you don't have problem. Just use the one that you want to use. That's all, based on the information that is available. Guys, let us be flowing. Somebody is saying this is not the formula for ratio, so I need somebody to tell the person that that's one of the limitations of ratio, because there are several formulas to it, and that's it. We need to flow at that level. We need to. This is not mentorship corner. Let's move on. This is case study.
Even
class.
I think our answer doesn't necessarily have to be the same. We can
Of
get
course,
different answer.
your
Once we
answer
can
will not be the
justify
same if you use different formula.
our formulas. Once you can justify it in our commentaries, I think we are good to go.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Your answer doesn't necessarily need to be the same. You just need to tell us the formula that you've used. That's all. That's all. And you use your own, you use it for your commentary like that. That's one of the limitations of ratio. We all remember in FR and CR, different definitions. Moving on. Why we are here is because I said that with this one, the idea is that we are determining or we are concluding on the ratios we want to calculate. So we've listed them now based on this Preseen May 2024. These are the ratios we want to calculate. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Will they be sufficient? Yes. Yes, they will be sufficient. Because what will be left is how we are able to run the commentary. How we are able to run the commentary. But if we are giving benchmark, do we need to worry ourselves again? No. What do we then do? We go to our case study, we write out the benchmarks. We list them out. For why? Why we list them out? So that we don't get stuck. So that we can analyze. And that is where we are going up next. Thank you, Babs, for that again. We are going there. See, guys, see the way I'm picking them one after the other. And that is what is called structuring problems and solution. See the way I'm picking out what they say we should do one after the other. Oluwatosin, I think I'll stop allowing people to ask questions so that we can move on. But Oluwatosin, go ahead.
Sorry about that, sir. Like what you said the other time, you said there are 3 ways or 4 ways that we can do financial analysis: ratio, trend analysis. Now I want to ask that because I noticed that in this thing, solution to the past question, some people you do both trend analysis and ratio. I want to ask that doing only ratio, is it enough? That was the question, sir.
No, you cannot do ratio only, because by the time you want to run commentary using the elements that makes up the ratio, your commentary will not fly now. So you still need that trend. But you don't do trend for everything that is listed here. You don't do trend for everything that is listed here. That's the mistake that our people used to make. They will do trend for everything one by one. No, you do trend for the most important ones that you know will affect your ratios that you want to use to run commentary. Revenue, cost of sales, gross margin. If you are not going to use marketing and distribution, you don't need the trend. If you are not going to use administrative expenses, you don't need the trend. Finance expenses, if you're not going to use it, you don't need the trend. Use the ones that you know that do trend for key items. Problem that we used to have, even back in those days, in our days, we still do trend for everything. We now waste time. By the time you are done doing trend and ratio, you have spent 1 hour 30 minutes. Before you start making commentary, time has gone. So you don't do that. So again, we are structuring problems and providing solution. What is the problem that we structure here? We said companies' financial performance. Companies' financial performance. So what do we then use? We use financial ratio. Moving on. They now said, also, let me have your comment on the treatment in the management account as mentioned by Ellen. The 3 items covered by IAS 2. You say you need to watch out for. What are the things you need to do? Things that you need to do is what I'm putting in red. Company financial performance. Comment on company's financial performance. The next thing. Comment on what again? Comment on treatment of IAS 2. Comment on treatment of IAS 2. You put it there. What's IAS 2, guys? What's IAS 2 on? This should be a chorus answer.
Inventory.
This should be a chorus answer, my people. Inventory. So, let me ask us whether we are following me or not. As soon as you see inventory here, what are you supposed to be looking for when you are reading through? What are you supposed to be looking out for when you are reading through? When you are reading through your case study, what are you supposed to be looking out for?
I think looking out for information that are well known, like issue of inventory and how to calculate.
Don't call it inventory. Call it the raw one. People, you need to know how to link this thing. Call it the raw. What is the raw thing that you are supposed to call it?
Maybe material.
Materials. Materials, commodities. People, my people, see, what will help you to be able to write a very solid report and use information is your understanding of the rudiments up to the list of things. I say inventory. Then the next thing I say, what should you be looking for? You are telling me inventory again. They will not write it as inventory there. Materials. Because what makes up this inventory? Materials, commodities, this and that. You look out for them. And that's how you make it make sense. So they say we should comment on inventory treatment. So what do? Anything that relates to inventory while we are reading through, we quickly jot them to know what they are saying so that we can be able to use it to run commentary. Am I making sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Godson, are you here? Are you getting the planning?
Yes. I'm getting it.
Please follow me. So now, this page now is going to be empty because I don't know what is going to be there yet. So I leave his own space small there. I don't know what is going to be there. So I leave it small there. So when I see anything, right, I come and put the page number here. Page 4. Something talks about inventory. So I put page 4 here. So when I want to do my thing, when I want to run my commentary in the main body, I say, oh, what did I say I want to do on inventory? Page 4, Abi. I go to page 4. I don't need to start looking everywhere again. That is the reason why we say you reading and planning for 1 hour is not a waste of time. It's a very good use of time. Very, very good use of time. Moving on. Also, let me know your comments. We have known our comments. Furthermore, let me know other reports we may need to ask for from BP's Fashion's information system to enable us properly evaluate the inventory obsolescence allowance in 2020 financial statement as requested. Other reports to ask for, you put it there. Other reports to ask for. See the way I'm breaking down the requirements. Not everybody will teach you this one. You yourself, you don't even, okay, those who have written this thing before. Paul, don't run away. Paul, my friend.
I didn't run away. I didn't run.
When you were writing the last time that you wrote, did you analyze your requirement like this?
No. I just read it and I don't think I realized.
But with this analysis now, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, to make it clearer and, like I said, plan.
Exactly. That clarity. Once you gain clarity, everything is fine. Thank you very much, Paul. Once you gain that clarity, and let me ask Flora again. Flora, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you still afraid now?
It's going down small.
It will go down because there is clarity. See the way I'm analyzing the requirements. That is what you want to go and do in the exam hall. Everybody on this call understand English. You just write out the requirements small, and you tell yourself, whoa, Iwelabi, I have only one work in this exam. I must write something under all of these things. I must write something, no story. I must write something. Even with this one, I can form my executive summary. What are you talking about? With this one, I can form my executive summary. The only thing is that I will not go too much into the details. I will just pick it peripheral on the top and say that, this is what we have done. We also spoke about other reports without necessarily mention the report. I'll say we also discuss in details other reports that can be required from early. We also say this, we also say that. Scope. My people, I might need to take a break now. I might need to take a quick break, maybe a 15-minute break. Sean, I don't know. Is it possible for us to pause the recording or something? I need to take a quick break. My people, please just allow me to take a quick break, and we'll be back in, let's say, 15 minutes time. But while we are on the call, for those of us that will probably still be on the call, let's discuss one or two if we can. I mean, don't let us discuss one or two only. That our Preseen itself. Please start helping me start helping me do any ratio that you can do from here. Let's do any ratios that we can do from here for both years, please. I need the response by the time I come back. So this is 6:51 by 7:05 max. We should be back on the call again. Thank you very much, people. I'll be back soon. So that everybody, a quick recap of where we stopped. Where we stopped is that we are analyzing the requirements so that we can be able to approach the exam in the best of manners. That is, we already know what we want to do. The case study is full of information, a lot of them. So what do you then do? You pick out what exactly do they say I should do. You see, every other information you can ignore subsequently. Once you know what you are looking for, You need to know what you are looking for before you can ignore. Otherwise, you just keep perambulating everywhere, and you'll not be able to achieve anything. Right? Is Godson on the call already? If he's not, please let's call his attention.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay,
here.
cool. Flora is also on the call. Who else is missing? Is Francis on the call? Is Paul on the call? Yeah, Babs.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you once again. I want you to dwell more on the, if it's not too much of trouble, on the trend.
Don't worry, you have paid for it.
The trend will always be few in a percentage and other way around. The changes and the percentage. I know you have tried on this. Let's look at the trend. If we can get more on how to go about it better in the area of how to do the.
Those are where we are going
to.
Okay. So 2 things. Yeah, we should dwell more on 2024 Preseen that we've seen, and then we should look at trend as well. You are going to see both of them. Trust me, you are going to see both of them, because once we are done analyzing the question, the next thing is to solve it. And like I said, we are not going to be solving the 2022 question. We are going to be solving the 2024 question. But the reason why we are doing this is so that we can know how to plan. With this, before some of us came in, I said with what we are doing now, if you want to test your knowledge, whether you understand or not, pick any year of the case study. Pick any year. You will see that you'll be able to analyze the question and you'll be right. Pick any year. Because it is simple. Even though it is simple, not so many pay attention to it. And because of that, they just write. At the end of the day, they don't see the results. So they said, other reports, we are almost done in fact. They said, furthermore, let me know other reports we may need to ask for from BP Fashion Information System to enable us. So what else are you looking for now? They have said other reports to ask for. You put it there as a heading. So when you put it there, you're already analyzing you're already knowing what you are looking for. You yourself, you can grade yourself whether you are successful or not. Not that you will not finish writing, you are not even sure. Like I said, somebody finished his exam. In fact, I can show us this chart. The guy finished his exam that day and came to my DM saying that he has killed the exam because it was sure for him. At the end of the day, he scored 90 plus or thereabouts. And that shows that he like a lot of attention to it. I mean, this your diet. From what I've seen from this Preseen, trust me, everybody should pass. Because from what I've seen from these calculations, the numbers here, they're not even anything difficult. Maybe they have not introduced them yet in the unseen, but from here, nothing difficult. But let's move on. Evaluate 2 business proposals in financial terms and make appropriate recommendations to the BP Fashion Board of BP. You said evaluate business proposals. So in financial terms, it means you are going to do financial analysis on that. In terms of evaluating business proposals, what did I say we should look out for? What is the inflow? What is the outflow? With that way, every other thing that is complex around it, you can escape them easily and just do the one that you can do and still pass. Evaluate business proposals. So you can do proposal A. You can do sub. Those ones will be sub. Proposal A. What did you do? Proposal B. What did you see? You move on. How about making sense? Then the next thing. Also review key risks that may be associated with these 2 proposals and advise the board on how to manage the risk. Risk associated with business proposal A and B. You can now do proposal A, proposal B, just like I did here. and advise to BP's board. That's all on risk management. Even if you are the examiner yourself, if you see a student do something like this in the main report, schedule everything, have spaces for everything, you will be forced to know, to say that this person knows what he or she is doing. You will be forced to say that, because I mean, this is a good job. Then that's all. I'll expect your report in the next 2 weeks to enable me carry out a review and submit. That's all. We are done. We are done. We are done. But we are not yet done. We are done with analyzing the requirements. So this is how to analyze the requirements when you get your exam hall. Look at it. What do they say you should do? And then be writing them out here. As you are writing them out here, the ones that you can easily fix immediately. I mean, they say you should watch out for proposal A and B. Which one makes sense in financial terms? What do you want to do here? Another thing you can use here, even in financial terms, if you want to use SWOT, you can say, what is the SWOT for proposal A? What is the SWOT for proposal A? What is the SWOT for proposal B? Then you can say threat here. And then you start listing them based on what you are doing. So moving on here, let's move to where we are supposed to be. But I can give us but. Because we don't know what we are going to do yet, there are some times that SWOT is usually useful for business analysis. So we say here, since they've not asked us, but we know that it is usually useful, we put this there, business analysis, SWOT. We do strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, threat. You know why I'm doing it this way shortly. Now, let's go to our own Preseen, which is this year's Preseen. So, Babs, this is what you want, and we are here. So, yeah, moving on here, this makes sense. Why? Because I've told us to do some certain things. We have seen here that they said we should do financial analysis. And we are going to do the financial analysis. We have decided on the ratios that we want to calculate. Now, even after we have read through, which has aided our decision, now we want to read again. We have read through first, everything, to come up to analyze the requirements. After we've read through, we went back to the requirement. We analyzed the requirement. Now, we want to go and read through again. Why are we reading through again? To be able to pick our points, so that we can be able to write our exam main report easily. So what do? We come here. Let's start reading. So guys, you start giving me points now. From this particular page, what are the useful things I can find? Yes, Godson, please go ahead.
Yeah, from that particular page, you can find the strengths of spicy.
Okay, tell me one strength.
There's popularity of its product, that the market has acceptability. Said it's widely known as been, and
so good.
The brand name is a successful company. So the brand name,
goodwill.
It has a good brand.
Goodwill in terms of goodwill / brand name. So I do page what? Page what is this? Page 4. I do page 4. I close it. Next, what else can we see?
Very high quality, sir.
Very high quality. That still contributes to what makes it okay. Quality products. Quality, high quality products. High quality products. Page 4 as well. We are not going to use all of them, but we can pick a lot from them. Spicy has its factory in Lagos, from where the products are distributed, comprising franchise and retail. In addition, Spices has now started to supply confectionery to large retail stores and supermarkets on contract basis. These stores sell Spices products and also own brand label confectionery that's spice. Okay. Spices products. Spices product range includes a wide variety of milk, white and plain chocolate. Previously, Spices' main sales had been chocolate products, but now the company has expanded into producing other forms of confectionery which do not contain chocolate in any form. For example, cakes and other sweets. Oluwatosin, please go ahead.
So I'm thinking that there is an ethical issue here. These stores sell Spices products and also own brand label confectionaries that Spices manufacture for them. I'm thinking maybe Spices manufacture for them. Sir?
It's franchise.
Okay.
Yes. They said that they have franchise. Flora, please go ahead. What other thing can we see here? Flora, please go ahead. You are muted in case you are talking. Okay. We can't hear you. Or is it my network? Can you guys hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I said that they talked about their customers having strong regard for the quality of their products.
So we have taken it as part of SWOT, as part of strength.
Is it the strength? Okay. Because I lost it somewhere.
We've taken it as part of strength. So, guys, are we seeing this thing that I'm doing? So the next thing is, I thought we have read this thing. We are not seeing anything reasonable for me. Ayinla, please go ahead.
Yes, that paragraph you read concerning the products include wide range. There is like they are diversifying there to other product as well, just like an opportunity for them to expand in that regard.
What is that?
Like
that's not what we constitute to opportunity. Opportunity will only arise when you have information about the market for the product.
Okay.
Do you get? If they are expanding on their own and there is no market for it, there is no opportunity. Spicy customer vary from individual, although individual customer buy from Spicy stores, franchise or online. Corporate client purchase goods directly from Spicy. Business structure. Tunde Babs, are you saying something? Anila, please mute your mic. Any other thing for me? Spicy has a simple business structure. It has a head office, which includes the management service function and two divisions, customer sales and distribution and manufacturing and supplies. These divisions operate as follows. Customer sales and distribution, CSD, sells and distributes Spices through franchise online, manufacturing and supplies. All purchasing of manufacturing supplies and the actual product manufacturing take place at the division, then supplies these products internally and externally. Okay, this kind of place, they can let us see any form of ethical wahala or any form of ethical issues, most especially when they are talking about delegations, segregation of duties and all of those things. So we have to be very, very conscious. So another thing I did not add here that I probably might need to add, which can be add-on, ethical issues. ethical issues. If there are any any ethical issues that you notice, you put it there. So are we following?
Sure, we are following.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we are
I
following,
mean,
sir.
I would have thought we have read this thing. So are we not able to see anything? Hey, Egbami. The division then supplies these products internally and externally. External retailers and both divisions are operated as investment center with limited capital investment authority for expenditure up to 10 million naira per annum. Major capital investments above 10 million have to be authorized by the head office. CDS does not allow any of its outlets to make any capital investments at all without its prior approval. Each of the CDS stores is regarded as a profit center, including online sales, which is a single profit center in its own. Brand development is carried out jointly by both divisions. Any brand development costs such as promotion. All these things are story. Any good thing here? Anybody?
The next paragraph, they developed their own website. I think is a strength that they have there.
Spicy currently has 30 of its own stores and 20 franchises. It also has developed its own website. This has become very popular and has enabled Spicy's business to grow. See this place. This is a key thing. This is a key reason for if revenue is growing. Then, in addition, as e-business has become popular, especially from the time of COVID, Spicy has been able to develop its online sales business and has introduced click and collect service using its store and service stores as collection points. So we go here, and this is why I say everybody must pay attention. Let me even ask us before I do anything. What do we think this thing will be useful for?
Technologically, they are fit too.
Okay,
that was what I marked it when I was reading it here.
Godson.
Yeah, I think the last paragraph that we just read now will help us to analyze our roles very well. To help you to know where.
It will contribute to what? What will it contribute to exactly? Be specific.
That's the revenue.
Exactly.
It will show that the revenue is the main determinant of the roles.
So now it will help us communicate or say something like revenue has increased. Why did revenue increase? It can be attributed to the fact that this brand has become very popular and it has helped their business grow. So we come here, we say page what? Page 5, paragraph 1. In fact, I don't need to quote paragraph. Page 5 for revenue. I go on like that. Page 5 for revenue. So I go. So what do I want to communicate? By the time I'm analyzing my rows, you people will see how I'm going to use this page 5. Then business growth strategies. Spicy's current strategy to continue to achieve development and growth in its business predicated on 2 strategies objectives, which are expand Spicy's range of customers through developments of market and product through a wide variety of sales channels. The focus of this is to delivery. These ones will help when it comes to saying that we are analyzing business stuff. So they said that a new business wants to invest and all of those things. You can present this as an argument as to why the business should invest, because we already have strategy in place to address XYZ. If that strategy is successful, the result will be impressive. Enhance the customer experience through strong and vision. Spicy vision is stated on the company's website to be a leading, innovative, and customer responsive company. Mission. Spicy mission is to be the leading confectionery in the country. Continuous growth. Culture. The company recruits people that are top-rated. Strengths. Top-rated staff. Page what? Page 6. Are we seeing what I'm doing? For those of us who are very keen on solving the Preseen, Are you seeing what I'm doing? This is what we call using information. Using information. So by the time you are talking about the strength of the business, you reference the exact information. You reference, even by the time you are writing the ratio analysis and you are using the number and the business part, you'll be able to reference the exact information that support your argument. The company maintains a culture of openness so that have something to offer the company and the company is willing to pay top of the salary range. So if you see that their salary increases, you know why their salary increases. The company maintains a culture of openness and freedom and allows any of its staff to come up with novel ideas. Technology is at the heart of the company's business process and it constantly invests in new technology. If you see that there is efficiency in their processes, this is where you are coming to. If there is any efficiency in their processes, this is where you are coming to. So let's say there is, if you calculate return on assets from this place, we can reference this place as part of the reason because of this efficiency. So because of this efficiency, if you ask me, return on asset or asset turnover? Asset turnover. I'll put asset turnover and I will say efficiency, technology efficiency. What page? Page 6. Page 6, 4. And then I move on. The company has a research laboratory where food scientists and technologists are constantly working together to create new products. Scientific discovery, business models. Spicy recognizes that one of its critical success factors is the value created by the company is to be shared among its various stakeholders. The company therefore incorporates responsibility and sustainability, ethical standard into all aspects of the business management decision making. So see me bringing out ethical standard or conscious efforts on sustainability. Page what? Page 6. Conscious effort on sustainability. That's also an ethical issue. Issues doesn't necessarily mean, in this case, you don't need something that necessarily goes out. You can bring issues that are fine too, because they are reference points to your own attention to details. Spices always strive to carry out its business operation in the most sustainable way. That's still it. Environmentally friendly. So this particular place, and in a fair manner with regards to all stakeholders, this particular line should make it to your report. Because they are sustainability related issues, they are ethical issues. It makes sure that each of the suppliers adheres to high ethical. Aha! See now, my people, I've not even read this thing before. I've not read it before. See the way, because I already said, I've already written out ethical issues as part of the things I want to solve. See the way I'm able to now use the information. I'm conscious of this. I know what I'm looking out for. I've not read it before. And I know what I'm looking out for. When I read through, the ones that I don't need, I go away. I move on. The one that I feel like, this thing relates to something I'm looking out for, I read more. And now, this thing is talking about ethical issues in full. Nothing stops you from bringing all this space into your case study as part of ethical issues. When you are making arguments for the company, that the company is doing well, you bring this in as an ethical issue, that to even buttress a point, the company is doing XYZ on ethical related matters, ensuring that all its suppliers are held or adheres to high ethical standard and sustainability practice. You know, you bring them in. Storytelling. Spicy sources cocoa from the southern part of Nigeria. Spices has initiated scheme to encourage sustainability farming of cocoa, and farmers are being trained. This is impressive. You are not going to use everything. Oh. That's another thing. You pick the one that is most impressive to you. Use it. Or by the time you are working, you see something that makes sense, that can corroborate each other. Use them. You cannot use all the information. And that is why you need to know what you are looking out for. If it was me, I wouldn't bother coming to this level. The introduction of approved cocoa production certificate program has enabled farmers to achieve higher level of income from increased production and access to additional. I don't need all of these things. Spices ensure that each part of its product label contains only the ingredients used in their production. The packaging also shows nutritional content and gives advice on recommended volumes of consumption. Spices products packaging are normally recyclable and kept as minimal as possible. So if you see that their cost of sales is not increasing significantly, this is it. Moderate cost of sales. I'll come here for gross profit margin. I can reference moderate cost of sales. Moderate cost of sales. I say I'll say page what? Page 7 on for moderate cost of sales. So, am I making sense, guys? Are we together? This place is too silent, though. Are we following?
Yes, yes, well too.
So look at this one now. Moderate cost of sales. And why? How do I know moderate cost of sales? Because I already know that I want to calculate gross profit margin. How do I get gross profit margin? Gross profit over revenue. How do I get gross profit? Gross profit is equals to revenue minus cost of sales. So if everything is making sense and I want to run my commentary, I will reference this guy that things are doing well. XYZ Limited is doing well because revenue is increasing. Not just that, XYZ also has moderate cost of sales because they have kept spices products packaging and normally recyclable and kept as minimal as possible. Not just for their own benefit, but also for the community or for the environment. You also make ethical points there. Wow. I'm running out of fuel already. Okay, just give me a sec. I need to plan myself again. This is so bad. Okay, let's just move on. But this is not so good. I'm coming. We are having this session at a time where my inverter is faulty and I've not used my gen in a long time, so I don't see the need for getting fuel as much, and light has been terrible. Okay, but let's finalize on this thing. We'll still manage. Yeah, it says that green energy source has been introduced in spices factory, which has reduced consumption of electricity and greenhouse emission. Hey, these people are giving us back-to-back reason for why cost is not growing as much. They are giving us back-to-back reasons for why cost is not growing as much. And as such, we should take note of them. And they are even giving us back-to-back ethical issues. So we should take note of them. Not that we write everything, no. Again, you are not writing everything. You are just picking the one that are most appealing to you. So pick any of them, you make sense. Because you are using information. Spicy also introduced annual independent health and safety audit in its factory and retail. All these are ethical issues. They are professional standards. All factory staff are required to undertake food safety, workplace benefits such as pension. This is beautiful. All of this can add to their strengths. So you can use some part of this place. You can use them sustainability, conscious sustainability effort. You do. Please go ahead, Godson. Page. I'll go
Yeah,
page 7. Go
I want to
ahead.
also say as one of their strengths, they Spicy are trying to reduce their compliance risk. Because if you check the last paragraph, you see it says Spicy also introduced an annual independent health and safety audit in its factory and retail outlets. So I think maybe they're trying to reduce in doing so. They have tried to reduce their compliance risk, something like that.
They are trying to. You cannot say they've reduced compliance risk. Compliance risk only comes in when there is a regulation. So do we know about any regulation that requires them to do so? Godson.
I don't know of any. I'm not seeing in this precinct. Maybe inside the unseen.
Exactly. So that's why I said you have to filter the information that you want to use and use the information on the case study. So it is not everything that we are going to use at the end of the day. We are going to just use based on information provided. But if you want to add that part, you can also add it, provided that you have already done justice to the other things that you wanted to do. And that's a free mark. I mean, get as much mark as possible. Moving on. Conventional refers to food items with a relatively high sugar and carbohydrate content. Conventional has a variety of flavoring, coloring, and other components that give them distinct state. The global confectionery market has been put at $210.3 billion in 2019 and is projected to increase to $270.5 billion in 2027, which represents a compound annual growth of 3.5%. Chocolate segment had the highest confectionery market in share in 2019. What does this place tell us? Anybody?
Operating segments.
Come again?
I was thinking operating segments.
I don't get that.
They said I was thinking that they were that the scene will be the unseen will have something to do with operating segments.
Okay, operating segments are not necessarily. Somebody else. Go ahead.
I think the opportunities might rise.
Okay, Babs.
I'm about saying it's the area of opportunity.
How will you put it down? How will you jot it down? How will you jot it down? How will you jot it down for you to remember?
They can expand though, because globally they
opportunity
can expand to expand their
market size. Exactly. There is the market size. So you guys are right with opportunities. So that's an opportunity. And this kind of opportunity comes when you are. Come again?
Yeah, I wanted to chip in something. I wanted to say growth in export market, the export sales,
have they written,
which will lead to
increase. Did they write that there?
But they said global. It was talking about the global confession.
No. That global doesn't bring you to start talking about exports. So you have to be specific, because that is why using information, the information you are given is what you leverage. Now you want to be bringing what is not part of the information that you are given. Ayla, make it fast.
Okay, sir. Yes. When someone was mentioning about opportunity, then I wanted to say that one is not, to me, it doesn't look like opportunity. Just taking about the growth in the confectionery market. Like
so
the growth rate
what if it declines? What if they say it is declining? What if they say it is declining?
Yes, to me, I want us to look at the paragraph, that the last second to the last paragraph. That is, I think that's where the opportunity lies there.
That's not just where it has to start from somewhere. The mere fact that there is growth means there is an opportunity, because there could be no
Yes,
growth.
to me, I just feel that I just feel like that's just
Okay,
that thing
so
about
where
the
do you
growth,
want us
that
to
there is
pick your
growth
own
in that
opportunity
market.
from? This place? Is it this place?
I think from here, we are also to pick the growth. Like there's growth in that market. Like there's for foreseeable future, there's growth in that stationary market.
What is
So
growth?
to me,
How
I
will you
think
define growth?
growth is not something you can leverage on.
Growth is not what?
Growth is something you can leverage. You can leverage on.
Okay, growth is something you can leverage on. So what is opportunity?
Yeah. Opportunity. Yes, opportunity is just like growth as well. Like opportunity is just something like when you can divert into, like you can
You
take the
can
opportunity.
leverage.
You are leveraging as well. Yes.
I mean, there will be much more of them. I get your point. Your point is that it shouldn't be this one. We should come down small a little, right? Before we start picking opportunities. No way. We have to start picking it from wherever your eyes see them. Everybody will not write the same thing. Doesn't mean we will not get the same mark. We will all pass, and we don't need to write the same thing because the information is there. Yeah, Flora.
I want to ask whether we can make a conclusion using this paragraph where they say that chocolate segments had the highest confectionery market share in 2019. Can we suggest that the company should produce more of chocolate?
Well, you can. That will not be dependent on what makes you to be analyzing the input. You know that chocolate is like an input. So why are you analyzing the input? You cannot just make conclusion anywhere now. It has to be as a result of something. Maybe they ask us, what should they produce more? We can make that conclusion that chocolate based on this information. Do you get?
No, there are chocolate products that they produce, and also the children are part of their customers. So if we're making the professional skepticism and every other thing, can I? I'm just asking whether I can use it.
No, yes, you can use it. Again, you can use it, but on what? You have to have a basis for why you want to use it. So when there is an argument, or when you are arguing in favor of the company, that the company will do well in the future, fine. And you will not just stop on the fact that there is high market for it. You also extend it to the fact that chocolate is really one of the products that the company is doing well in, and is also having high market share as of 2019. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, you can use it, but you need to know where to use them. And that is the reason why we are using this analysis. Analyze the case study first. What did the case study say you should do? Based on what the case study is doing, that's the information you come and pick from here. You don't need all the information, otherwise you get lost. There's just too much information, too much of them. So you don't need everything. You only need the one that relates to what the requirement is saying. And that is why I first taught us how to analyze the requirements. Analyze the requirements first, because that is the problem that many people used to have. There is too much information. Everybody get lost. Trying to use all the information, you get lost. You don't even know what to use. You don't even know where to start from. But for you to be comfortable, first analyze your requirement. What does your requirement says you should do? What and what relates to the requirement? You start picking them, you are fixing them the way we are doing. But are we going to use all the information? No, we are only going to use the one that relates to the requirement. Does that make sense? Guys, are we together?
Yes.
Product type. The market is categorized into chocolate, confectionery, and ice cream, preserved pastry goods. Age. The market is classified into So these are dependent on, these are just information for your use. So far, they are not adding any value. So far, they are not adding any value. What did I say? So far, not that they will not add value. So far, they are not adding any value. If you now get to see the unseen after analyzing the question, and they are not saying you should comment on something that relates to the external market environment of the business, you have to talk about these things. That's when they will add value. And that is why I'm saying the focus here is not to give you answer. The focus is to teach you how to get the answer. You know how to get the answer out without worries. There is too much information to deal with. You cannot use all the information. You only use the ones that are relevant to whatever the requirement is talking about. Price point. On the basis of the product, on the basis of product type, the chocolate category was the dominant segment in 2019 with this market share. Consumer of all ages consume chocolate conventionally to satisfy their taste. The growth in economic prosperity, especially in emerging countries, has driven the demand for the chocolate. So let's now say the unseen part. They are now talking about the fact that an investor, or even they themselves, they are considering what more to invest in, chocolate or ice cream. And it is possible, because here they said that they did something that doesn't have chocolate. Where was that? Yeah. Who is helping me to get that pace? Where they started doing something without chocolates. I think where they said they were baking cake without chocolate, they said it somewhere here.
Page 4. Page 4.
Page 4. Thank you. Yes.
Page 4.
Thank you. So this place, they said, for example, cakes and other sweet candies. So they are doing things that doesn't have chocolate. What if they said that they don't want to do chocolate again? What are we going to comment? That is where this place will come into use, telling them and reminding them that, see, chocolate was the one that has the largest market share as at this period. So you cannot say you are not doing chocolate again. Also, consumer of all ages consume chocolate. You cannot say you are not doing chocolate again. Now, look at this place. However, it is projected that the medicated confectionery segment will grow at a faster rate during the forecast period 2021 to 2027. The increase in prevalence of minor ailments and over-the-counter medications or dietary supplements require active ingredients such as antacid, vitamins, and herbal extracts. This product will propel the growth of the medicated confectionery segment. Now, you see, there can be an argument between going for chocolate or going for the medicated confectionery segment. Which one should we go for? Guys, if you are going to argue, which one are you going to say they should go for? People, I'm asking us questions. If you are going to argue between chocolate and medicated confectionery, which one are we going to say they should go for?
Personally, you should go for chocolate, sir. This one is start.
For me, I would say they should just know how to strategize. They should not just choose one, because chocolate is actually serving as the one.
Remember that they are used to invest.
Giving large revenue.
Remember, if they are going to invest, they will have to choose one. So which one do you want them to go for and why? If you want chocolate, you can defend it. If you want the other one, you can defend it. So which one are you defending, Israel?
Okay, if they are to choose one, then I'll say you should go with with chocolate, and then I'll give them reasons why, because it's still accounting for the largest amount of revenue or profit. So I'll say they should stick with it. There will still be people that will actually go for it, regardless of the health trend issues.
Okay, thank you. Godson, which one will you say they should go for?
Yeah, I would say that they should choose the medicated one, because if you check that paragraph, it said, however, it is projected that the medicated confectionery segment will grow at a faster rate during the forecast period. During that forecast period. Yeah, because this chocolate growth was only limited to 2019. So we don't know about the performance of this chocolate beyond 2019. But this one has told us that it will grow from 2021 to 2027.
So those are the arguments. Both of you will get mark. The person that says chocolate, you get mark. Because you'll be able to use argument from the case. The person that said confectionery, medicated confectionery will also get mark. Because you'll be able to use argument from the case. I hope you are learning to use argument from the case now. Using information. I hope we are using the information.
Yes.
That's the idea. See, guys, my goal, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, just a quick one. If you want to blend the two in this scenario, how can you just make it happen?
If you want to get the two, if
you want to blend the two, that you don't want anyone left out, you just want to blend the two.
Good. What we will do is what Oga has said. Who said we'll go this way? Given that, what's it called? Chocolate segments are seen or as accounts for the largest, or yes, dominates the segment, right? Hold on. Given that the chocolate segment accounts for 35.2% market share of the confectionery overall market size, which is the largest so far as of 2019, it is recommended that the company consider XY the chocolate industry, or recommended that the company does not leave chocolate industry out of its sight, even while it has been forecasted that the medicated confectionery segment will grow faster in the coming year. While the company is advised to invest a reasonable amount in the future, it is also advised that the current period, or it is also advised that chocolate accounting for its market shares is not left out of sight. Full stop. So you will not say they should do one and not do the other in this kind of case. But in a situation where it is money matter, that they only have to invest in one, you have to choose a side and you have to back it up. But if it's even at that, even when you are backing it up, you will choose a side, you will choose a side, but you will still put the caveat, just like what Oga wants here. You will choose a side, but you put a caveat. Based on the inflow and outflow, you have seen that confectionery, medicated confectionery will do better in the future. You now say Spices is advised to invest in the medicated confectionery segment, to invest the 50 million naira in the medicated confectionery segment. However, it is recommended that Spices does not lose sight of the chocolate segment, given that it has accounted for 35.2% of the overall market share of the confectionery segment. Also, the segment continue the consumer for the chocolate or chocolate is consumed by all age groups in order to satisfy their taste, and that's it. You make your point, you get your full mark. Does that make sense, Babs?
Yes, okay. It's okay.
Cool. So I mean, when you have money involved and you have to choose one, you have to choose the one that you want to choose, but you now recommend that they should not lose sight of the second one, and that is where you are going to, that you don't want. And that's also the same thing as what was it Oluwatosin was saying, that you don't want them to lose sight of the second one. I want them to invest in both. They cannot invest in both if you have a constraint that this is the amount we want to use, we can only choose one. Tell them to choose one, even if it is chocolate. Tell them to choose chocolate and say that, you see, the confectionery, the medicated confectionery is only a forecast which is subject to other external environmental factors. You also make your argument. That's just a forecast. It probably might not happen as such. And also, to now consolidate your argument, you say chocolate is consumed by all ages. What are we talking about? That is it. But meanwhile, they now said Also, the rapid growth in what's it called? Geriatric. The rapid growth in geriatric population in the next 10 years is anticipated to be a driver of the market growth for the medicated confectionery segment. So that means they have even consolidate on why you should go for the medicated confectionery segment, because they are also expecting rapid growth. The Nigerian confectionery segment has been projected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 9.8% over the analysis period. In terms by revenue, by strategic elites, the key factors responsible for this market growth are increasing availability of different varieties of candies. So argument continues. If you support chocolate, time for you to even still argue. Chocolate, rise in trend of gifting confectionery and rise in disposable income. So even this place, if you want to fight, you are free to fight. You can still make your argument for chocolate based on this place. So are we making sense? So if you want them to pick one, you can tell them to pick one, but tell them not to lose sight of the other one too. That's how to balance it. That's how you make judgment, you still make recommendation. The Nigeria confectionery market is segmented on the basis of production and distribution channel. By product, it is categorized into chocolate confectionery, gum, and sugar confectionery. By distribution, the confectionery market is divided into hypermarket, supermarket, convenience store, specialist retail, and the constantly evolving consumer habits, taste, and preference have led to innovation in the confectionery market, which is the driver of its market growth. The manufacturers are increasing their product ranges by including functional ingredients, organic herbal fillings, tropical fruit and nut-based, and exotic flavors. All of these things, I'm not seeing them. Godson, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know whether if I'm right or wrong. If you go to this page 8, you will see that there are two major markets here: the global market and the Nigerian market. From the start of this page 8 to this paragraph that says, however, it is projected that the medicated segment has been talking about the global market. Then the Nigerian markets, the fact analysis about the Nigerian market just started. So I want to know how would this help us in our analysis?
So depends on the argument you want to make. That's what you use it for. Both represent opportunity. You can pick any of them and use it, because both of them represent opportunity. But when you now need to argue based on confectionery type or segment that they should go for, then the Nigerian one is what you are going to make use of. Yes, Babs.
Yes, I'm looking at weakness at the later part of this page 9.
Okay.
Where we say, however,
Exactly.
However, the volatile nature of the raw material prices of sugar and cocoa can hamper the growth
of the
market.
So
yes.
this one is strength.
Is it strength or weakness?
It's strength because no. Okay, let me ask you, why is it weakness?
When something is hamper the growth of the market.
No, weakness affects only the organization.
So is this one affecting only the organization now?
No, the whole market.
So what is that?
But I marked it as weakness. So.
Oga Babs, do you get it now?
No.
Are you still saying this is weakness? Let me ask you, why is it weakness?
Let's take it from there. These factors have cumulatively. These factors have driven the market for conventional products. However, the volatile nature of raw material, that means volatile nature of raw material price of sugar and cocoa can hamper the growth of the market.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking something that can hamper the growth of the market is weakness.
So how do you differentiate between weaknesses and threats? That's the question for you now. What's the difference between weakness and threat?
Okay. Well, you can say it's threat anyway.
No, I don't want to say you can say it's threat. I want you to agree by convincing yourself that it is a threat. And how do you convince yourself?
No. It's okay. It's better in threat than weakness.
Why? Because you need to know the why. Why?
Because with from the narration and from all indication, it's a threat.
Because it is external issue. Because it is external base. External makes it stress. What you are saying, the reason why initially when you say weakness, I was thinking in line with what you were saying, because when we were reading from here, when we were reading from somewhere here, they were making it seeming like, oh, okay, we are talking about the company. But when they include markets, once the word market enters, it becomes a threat. Because now the company does not have control over the market. The company does not have control over the market. You see, weaknesses, the company has control over it, but it's their problem. But the one that the company doesn't have control over, but it's also a problem to them too, is now threat. Also, let me give us an hint. Two people have sent it to the platform. When we are talking about internal weaknesses, external factor, threat, when we are talking about opportunity and strength too, internal strengths, external opportunities. Go ahead, Godson.
Yeah, I have a question. In that same page, it says that the constantly evolving consumer habits, tastes, and preferences have led to innovation. I want to know whether this is a threat or opportunity. Led to innovation.
Constantly changing consumer habits has led to innovation. If it leads to innovation, it means that there will be opportunity. You know, it means that there will be opportunity, but it still doesn't add anything to us for now until we have a requirement that says we should do something about it. Again, not all information will be useful. We have to be careful. We cannot allow ourselves to get carried away with the loads of information that we have. Information overload can make people get carried away. That's why we have to focus on the requirement. What is the requirement? What information? And that is the reason why I'm taking us through the approach I'm taking us through. First, let us understand the planning phase. Once you understand the planning phase, the next thing is analyzing the requirement. As you're analyzing the requirement, you are seeing things. After you analyze the requirement, you know everything that they require from you. Then you have to go back to start reading again. From reading again, you are able to interpret what makes sense and what doesn't make sense to you, because it's not everything that will make sense. So you don't get yourself confused. So this one, thank you, Mr. Babs. For however, the volatile nature of raw material prices of sugar and cocoa can hamper the growth. Thank you for giving us a threat. High market size, what page? Page 8. Market volatility. See the way I'm summarizing them. Page 9. See the way I'm summarizing them. You have to know how to summarize, because you don't need to write the entire answer in your back page of your answer booklet. This is just for you to quickly jot, move on, jot, move on, jot, move on. The reason why it takes time like this is because I'm explaining. If I'm doing the exam myself, all of these things will be done under 1 hour, because I already know where I'm going, what to check, what not to check, what to be worried about, what not to be worried about. It's not all the information that will be useful. I will not be worried about everything. Okay. COVID-19 and the subsequent lockdown in 2020 had severe impact on the conventional market. This impact has been felt from 2 dimensions as follows: differential impact on raw material supply, agriculture, trade and logistics, demand supply volatility. Uncertain consumer demand also affected the workforce at the industrial level, and sales decline as a result of reduced gifting and impulse buying among consumers. Guys, where are we going to relate this place more? Where are we going to relate this place to? Where are we going to relate this place to? Let's see who is following. Me, I already know where I want to put this one, but where are you people putting it?
The issue, okay, hello.
Go ahead.
It's also a threat.
So that's not what I'm where. Okay, in your ratio analysis, where are you going to place this one? Let me be specific.
Okay, can I talk?
Inventory. I think it has to do with inventory.
One. What else?
Revenue.
Your inventory, your cost of
Revenue
sales, and your
two.
revenue.
Cost of sales. Thank you, people.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So if you see that they say, if you look at it, if you come here and you see revenue decline, even though it's increased, but if you see revenue decline, you should know that what happened is because of this place. But thank God, revenue did not decline. And since revenue did not decline, what are we going to say happened? We quickly come here. We will say, since revenue did not decline, we will say page 5 for revenue. So page 5 is what make revenue to grow. That's what we will say. See now, we are having contradictory information. Guys, are we observing? We are having contradictory information, and I'm telling us this is the one we use based on what the agenda we want to push. Because this is a contradictory information. Sales decline as a result of reduced gifting and impulse buying among consumers across the globe. But our own sales did not decline. So how are we going to, if they now give you that sales decline, what are we going to use? I'll pick this one. If they say sales, if I see my financials, if I see my 2023 financials and see that sales decline, I'll come and pick this one. Yes, go ahead.
I can see that it has to do with prior year, not the year under review. You check that you are talking about 2021, 2022. The information was earlier than. So we don't have a competitive years.
But you know that they said, and the subsequent lockdown in 2020 had severe impact on the conventional market. It means it has had the impact. So that impact.
But still, we don't have that year under consideration. We don't have 20. You know, we have 2021, 2022. The word we are talking about is 1920.
No, this is 2020. This is 2020. Yeah, COVID-19.
Right.
If they said, oh yeah, let's look at it this way. Let's look at it this way. Something happened in 2020.
It's prior year event. It will have pick up after that now. It will have pick up.
No. So it's pick up because we are seeing profit. What if we see that the revenue decline? How do you now say it?
I will know that is as a result of what happened now that we brought up.
Exactly. That is what we are. So I understand what you are saying, but you also need to agree with me that something happened in 2020 can make situation continue to be worsened even up to 2024.
Yeah. Well, through planning, things can pick up.
Yeah, things can pick up, but if this, okay, Nigeria as a case study, for example.
You remember they mentioned that. They are more of a tech.
Yes, they were using technology, and we are going to appraise them for that because things turn out well, and that is where we are going to focus on. But if things doesn't turn out well in 2023, we are going to bring this one in and say, well, we can relate it to it, because it could have been that in 2022, 2021 and 2022 they escape, and 2023 things eventually have the effect of it is now showing. Let me give you an example. Let me give us an example. This year alone, dollar was in 1,700 or something in February. All of a sudden, we started seeing some good comeback till dollar even got to like 1,000 plus. Now dollar is again at 1,400. If you are preparing financials and you are doing financial analysis, how are you going to talk about that one now? When in March or in April, you have recorded exchange gain. Now February, you are recording exchange loss. What are we going to sorry, now May, you are recording exchange loss. And in March, you also recorded exchange loss. What are we going to say happen now?
It's all about fluctuation now. Fluctuation.
Exactly. And that is why this is a professional exam that says that, see, no story. We require your own judgment and conclusion. You have to be able to make your own judgment. We can write different things and still get our marks because we are going to argue it out. Whatever you are seeing from your own end, most important thing is you should be able to defend it based on the case scenario that you have been given. Sorry, guys, give me a sec. I think I connect to my other screen. We just restore our light, so I had to quickly get my gen off to stop disturbing the neighborhood. Okay. So I mean, we need to apply professional judgment and all, and that's what's happening here. Even from all the arguments, that's why you also always have to argue about some of these things. Yeah, I think we have been able to successfully. This one now we've mentioned inventory, we've mentioned cost of sales, and even if revenue matter. So again, you pick information based on what you want to do on your requirements. What is your requirement saying you should do? Pick information based on that. So we have come to the end of this. Now let's go to actually doing the report. That one will not take much time because they've shared templates before now. Yes, I will send this planning to us. They've shared this template with us before now. So by this is 8:16. Before 9 p.m. we should be out of this call. Before 9 p.m. we should be out of this call. It's been a while I take this long hour calls, but before 9 we should be out of this call. So let's move on. So we've said planning again. Summary: planning is this, my people. Please and please, let's just follow through what we discuss. I know that there is a lot of information flying around. There is a lot of how people say you should do it and all of those things. But one thing you can do for me, let's follow what we've discussed. Let's plan. And how do we plan? Right? You get your paper, you've read through the unseen, you read through everything once again. Maybe you still remember the preseen very well because you've read it severally. Fine. After you've read through the unseen, you've seen the requirements. Go to the back of your answer booklet. Then let's start analyzing the requirements. Analyze the requirements based on what you have told to do, line by line. Write them out. Give them headings. They've said you should do performance evaluation based on financial indicators. Write financial analysis. If they give you a benchmark of what indicators you should do, write them under it, just like I've done here. But if they don't give you a benchmark, try to calculate your ratios based on profitability, liquidity, efficiency, and long-term solvency or leverage ratios, right? Pick any ratio. It doesn't have to be plenty. 7 ratios, you are good. Return on capital employed, gross profit margin, current ratio, inventory turnover, receivable rate turnover, payable turnover, asset turnover, debt to equity ratio. You can do all of these things. When you do all of these things, once you write them down out like that, then the next thing for you is to now watch out for what information will support your argument by the time you start reading through again. So after you have prepared your planning area, then the next thing is for you to now go and read again so that you can pick up your point again. You've analyzed your requirements, yeah? Now go and read through everything again and pick up your point. How do we pick up points? As we are reading, we are trying to, now it is very easy because you have your booklets side by side. You are reading through your question paper, you have your answer booklet, you have opened it to the last page. So you are reading side by side. So your eyes can see everything at once. As you are reading through your question paper again, you are seeing, oh, where is it important in my answer booklet? So you are jotting the page, you are giving it a summary. Page 5 for revenue. So whenever you want to make commentary on rows, you go to page 5, you reference it as well, and from there you are good to go. The reason why I'm teaching us this is because of that unseen part. The requirements, doing them out like this will favor you a whole lot. It will favor you a whole lot because you will not be beating around the bush. You know what to do. The reason why many students fail is because they don't know what to do, but they still want to write. Then they will not write more than required, and they will still fail. So it is very, very important. I have been there. I have passed there. I have walked people through that place. I had a client that I tutor myself that I think she should be 40 or more. She should be she should be in her 40, right? That I tutored case study. She passed. And she had written it before. In fact, I can almost show us our chat. On the day of the exam, she came to my DM saying that she's afraid. I told her, stick to the plan. She told me that she was afraid, even on the day of the exam. Even after all our preparation, I told her, stick to the plan. What is the plan? Just plan. And ensure you write everything on each of the things that you have written out requirements. Stick to the plan. When you stick to the plan, by the time she sent me her score, she scored 70 something for somebody that has failed before. She scored 70 something. Stick to the plan. She was afraid. And I could imagine the older guys compared to we, the young guys. We tend to be more afraid compared to the younger ones because there is no time. Time is going. You cannot afford to be failing anyhow. Time is going. But we, the younger ones, we can, if I fail now, we write it later and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that we have to fail anyway. But I'm telling us this because I know that there's a lot of information that will be flying around, a whole lot of them. Please and please, the only favor you can do for me, stick to the plan. I'm not saying you should not look at whatever every other person is doing or what they have solved and all of those things. You can even look at them. You feel free to analyze them, feel free to review them, but please stick to the plan. Planning is very key. Please stick to the plan. Now let us do the draft of the what's it called? Let's do the reports. When it comes to doing the reports, and now we are not going to be spending too much time here because time has really gone. When it comes to doing the report here, as much as possible, some of us already know this. We have something called mass attack, mass defense. The idea is that in your work area is the front of your answer booklet. Try to create as much space as possible. I wouldn't be doing that again. I'll just walk us through some of the things that I've done. This is our work area. We call this place work area. Let me change this place. What's the name of the ones that we are doing? Spicy, right? So this is spicy. This is spicy. So in your work area, again, the next thing is it internal memo or is it external memo or whatever it's going to be? We can say whether it's external report. So from those of us that have read through, is this internal memo or external report or what is this?
External report.
Thank you. No debate. It's an external report. So external, you can put it there. Normally they will say we should do a letterhead. If you want to do letterhead, feel free to do letterhead. If you don't want to do letterhead, for me, these particular things are templates. You can always get templates everywhere, right? But the cocoa is the main part of your report. Which is what we have spent like the last 3 hours or more or so explaining. the main part of your report, which is all about your planning. And then we'll delve to the main part of the report now. Then we have our table of contents. So what is our table of contents? You can have this in page 1 and all of those things. So we have our table of contents. So we can have this spicy. Then because we want to do because we want to do external reports, we can say we are having our letterhead. What's the name of the firm again? We can say we are having our letterhead. You put the name of the firm here. You put the name of the firm. You put the name of the firm here. You write I'm coming. You can write Lagos, Nigeria.
Osayeme.
You said?
Osayeme Adewole Chukura.
Yeah. You can have Lagos, Nigeria. You can have Osayeme at gmail.com. And the next thing you can have plus 222 333 111 444 555, and you are good to go. What does this connote, my people? This thing that I just do, what does it connote?
You're not seeing it though.
You're not seeing it?
I'm seeing it.
Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Letterhead. This is what I just did here is just letterhead. And then you move on. This is just letterhead. Table of contents. So your table of contents is already there. Then so I used to tell my people, when it comes to your workspace, what we do is mass attack, mass defense. For those of us that we already crammed the format at which the case study used to be, for those of us that have already crammed it, it's still fine. You can do your mass attack, mass defense. In fact, you can first do that one because before you even start your planning, is also possible, right? Depends on how you want to approach it. You can start your planning first, or you can do your mass attack, mass defense first. What do I mean? What we do is we leave pages as we are doing it. We leave the page for what we want to do. We leave the page. So we already know that we are going to have a table of contents. You do that one. After that one, immediately you have your insert new blank page. You have your new page. After your table of content, what is next? Executive summary. So if it's your executive summary, come and see executive summary here. I'm sure you guys already have things that explain everything in details. This is executive summary, 1 page. Leave 1 page for your executive summary. The whole idea of your executive summary is to communicate what has happened. This report contains ABC Limited financial review for a 4-year period between 2017 and 2020. Also, we have used, now, tell us what you have done. Normally, executive summary you can do by communicating your findings in the executive summary too, like a part. Or because of you want to get mark as much as possible. What I used to say is we use the sketch of our displays. We use it to form executive summary by saying this is what we have done. This is what we have done. This is what we have done. And we now end up with saying that furthermore, we concluded on the proposed project and also make recommendations on the proposals to XYZ Limited, and that's all. And that's all. Again, executive summary is either you go into the details if you want to wait till you are done, or you use an approach of skeletal approach where you use approach of what you did in your planning area, the requirements. You communicate that you have done them and this is how you have done them without necessarily telling them what you have done. Guys, are we together? Hello.
Yes,
Hope my network is not misbehaving.
Yeah, with you, sir. I'm with you, sir.
Okay. So we do that, and that is what we are doing here. To say net profit margin to assess the profitability of the XYZ Limited as well as asset turnover, current ratio, and debt to equity to measure the company's financial position. Did we tell them the result? No. But did we tell them what we did? Yes. Even if you are not able to do everything at the end of the day, at least you have told them this one that you did it. And you have gotten your mark for writing the executive summary because it is 20%. You cannot joke with it. The goal is to amass as much marks as possible. So we are not joking with any mark. So as soon as you are writing your executive summary, go ahead.
Please, in executive summary, what I used to know, you will still tell them about the company. Abi?
You still tell them about the what?
The company.
That's where we have introduction and terms of reference. We still have introduction and terms of reference. We still have introduction and terms of reference. So that's where you tell them about it.
I thought. No, I didn't get this one.
So let me just be clear. In case you have seen another report writing before that does it one way, those are not the problem. Those are not the problem, because this thing is flexible because it is a report and it will differ from a person. It will differ, in fact, it will differ from person to person. Yes, the only thing that is expected for everybody to be the same at the end of the day is the findings and observation. Do you get?
Yes.
But executive summary, I'm sure they sent something to us in the platform where I shared the templates with us. I've shared the templates with us before now. If you look at the templates, the executive summary is there. The executive summary is not where you introduce the company, because executive summary is telling about, in fact, if you Google what executive summary means, it's talking about what has happened. So the only introduction that you want to do for the company is what we have done here. This report contains Spices Limited, Spices details financial review. Based on your requirements, you list them out like that. You do them just like this. Talk about the requirement, talk about how you go about it, talk about another requirement, talk about how you go about it. You get? I mean, one thing you should not do is to be confusing what you have seen before with what we are doing here. What we are doing here can accommodate anything you have seen before. Coco is just for you to focus on the planning. Does it affect the planning or not? If it doesn't affect the planning, why not? You can pick it up, because those ones are just templates. Those ones are just templates. And templates, two people who use different templates, they will still pass. Template differs. But what is the most important thing? Your content. Your content. If you bring out your own executive summary that you've seen before, somebody that has done it too before will say, they have never seen this one before. This is not what I'm used to. Another person will say, the tutorial that I went to, this is not what they taught us. And in fact, the last person that won the ICANN prize for case study was from our tutorial. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So do not worry yourself too much about templates. You can feel free to use any templates, adopt any templates as you deem fit. But the content, as much as possible, you have to ensure that you follow through what we have discussed. Please, and please follow through what you have discussed. I can almost bet no lecturer will watch my video and say, no, this guy is saying rubbish, because I've not gone against any of the principle for doing this thing. Even if you see somebody else that gives you solution, I will not give you solution, but I'll tell you how to approach it. And this is how to approach it. Moving on here. So after your executive summary, we have done here, content, executive summary, introduction and terms of reference, methodology and procedures. Fine. In fact, during my own what's it called? Some people will even say they used to write the disclaimer on the first page. When I did mine, and even what we were used to, we wrote disclaimer at the last page. That's where we put disclaimer. But now we have seen template that uses disclaimer on the first page. So all of those things are not problem as long as you do what you are supposed to do. You are meant to put disclaimer anywhere you want to put it. Just ensure that there is a disclaimer. So the next thing is executive summary, 1 page. We are doing mass attack, mass defense. These people are not reliable one bit. We are doing mass attack, mass defense. The next thing, as much as possible, is to ensure that once you write executive summary, this is the page for executive summary. You can write executive summary only on it and leave that page. Leave that page. Move on. Move on to the next page. Don't even start a new page. Move on to the next page after executive summary. What's next after executive summary? Introduction and terms of reference. Introduction and terms of reference. We come here, we bring introduction and terms of reference. In fact, and even methodology. All of this one in single page. Introduction and terms of reference, half a page. There's already an approach to introduction and terms of reference. So, hold on. Let me show you this one too, so that we can just close it out. Okay, this is just a note. These are just notes. Can we still see my screen? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just to be sure. There is a case study jotting I shared with us. Let me just pick it again. They've shared it with us anyway, but let me show us so that we can use it for whatever we are doing. CS lecture notes. No, not this one. Case study templates. Yeah, so this is it. So executive summary. So inside we have introduction, terms of reference. So this is the way some people used to do the cover page for external reports. See the way some people do this. Some people use this template. Can we see my screen? Is it clear? Hello?
You can see your screen, but it's not really clear.
We've sent this one to you. You have access, don't worry. Executive summary, see what they've done here. This report contains strategic business analysis of ABC Limited following the XYZ that we have done, as well as XYZ. Trust me, you get your mark. Then introduction, we refer to the email received by executive summary. Is usually like abstract. For those of us that write all this, for those of us that are master students or all this postgrad stuff, executive summary XYZ, state the requirements, state the objective, and then go ahead. We also got this from you and all of those things. I mean, these places are not so much important as where we are actually going. So I wouldn't spend too much time on them. But see, methodology and procedure, state specific tools used So you have used financial analysis, financial ratios to analyze the financial statement, as well as use SWOT analysis to analyze the strategic business part of the whole thing. Also, you have used capital budgeting to analyze and determine which project to invest in, and that's it. All of these ones will be highly based on the unseen part of things, but trust me, they are easy to write. They are templates. Like, they are template based. They are very easy to write. But mass attack, mass defense says you should just leave their space before you start doing anything. Leave their space. Introduction and terms of reference, write it out, but leave the space. Have a page. Methodology and procedure, have a page. You leave the space. So those ones will contain one page, both of them. Let me insert another blank page. Then the next thing after those ones, you have your findings and observations, which is the most important part of things. This place. And this is where we are going to kind of we are almost done with the session for today. We are almost done. This is where we will kind of wrap it up. This place can range from 8 to 10 pages for you to leave, or you can do 5 to 8 pages for your findings and observations. So this is the most important part. How do you go about this part? How do you go about this part? How do you go about your findings and observations? I'll show us now. Your findings and observation is just your planning area. Everything that you have done in your planning area, where you are meant to bring them, is your findings and observations. Your findings and observation. For you to amass mark. Again, what I'm doing here is just to ensure that everybody pass regardless. You just have to pass. You just have to pass. That's the goal. You just have to pass. And how do I ensure that you just have to pass? Is by giving you what it takes to pass. Findings and observation, 5 to 8 pages. You are fine. You move on. Let's include another. This is me showing you how you should approach the exam. Let's include another blank page. Include another blank page after findings and observation. What's happening? I'm coming now. After findings and observation, include another blank page. Oh, I already have 2 blank pages. Include another blank page. When you include another blank page, that one should take just like half 1 page for your conclusion and recommendation, then your disclaimer, then your appendices. Conclusion and recommendation can be here. Just 1 page, we can carry them. And then after your conclusion and recommendation, you can do your disclaimer. This report has been prepared based on the available information and it's only for the required purposes. You can do by spices and that all. You do your disclaimer. After you can do your disclaimer at the bottom of whatever you are doing. You can do your disclaimer at the bottom. And then the next thing, your appendices. And this is where you are going to end things. So your appendices, you leave whatever pages that are left for your appendices. Now, let's get to the real work, which is where I believe Babs has said, let's see how trend and all of those things work. I'm wrapping up already. Now, findings and observation. How do you go about it? This is how to go about it. You can go like this. From our findings, then you go. From our findings and observation, we are able to discover the following. Now, what are the following? You do the following based on your requirements. You now come, you say, and this is what mass attack, mass defense is all about. You come, you pick this one, which is a part of the requirements, you pick it, you put it here. Then you say, you know that they've said you should do performance to comment on the company's financial performance. You say company's financial performance, you put it as an heading. Then after you put it as an heading, you can write one or two. It's not necessary you write anything if you don't want to. So the next thing, you can do option. I have two options here. Option one, to evaluate APNS performance, we have analyzed its 3 years audited financial statement between XYZ and leverage certain profitability and gearing ratios to analyze and comment on APN's financial performance during the periods under review. Also, we have given our opinion on what could be done for APA to achieve a better financial standing. That's option one. Option two, the management account of ABC Limited between 2018 and 2020 have been reviewed using gross margin XYZ. The whole idea of this place is that everything you want to do, let me copy both options for us. Everything we want to do is that we want to let it to be based on what we have done in our displays, in our planning area here. Everything we want to do. So to write this place, you can say to evaluate, that they said they should do evaluation of company's financial performance. You can say evaluation of company's financial performance. You now say to evaluate XYZ Spices financial performance. We have analyzed it. It's 3 years audited statement. And how did you analyze it? You leverage certain profitability gearing, profitability, efficiency, because we will use efficiency and gearing ratios to analyze and comment. So you now start. After you have written this one is more or less like introduction. When you have now written this introduction, you will now bring all these things small. You bring the one that is efficiency. You bring them in, all of these things. You bring the headers in, and you will have expected how you want to. You will have left the space for how you want to comment on them. So you bring in profitability ratios. You just write it there. You say rows. You put rows after it. Like, let me just do the normal thing. So you do profitability ratio, you do rows. So you comment on them. As you are doing them, you can do profitability ratio without any comment. Then you can start from rows. From rows, after you do rows, you can just do something like this. Rows. See the way I did it here. You can just do something like this for the rows. Let me just. Okay, you brought it back. You can just do something like this for the rows. You can do it in front of it, or you can do it just below it. Comment on the rows. So how do you comment on the rows? So before you comment, so all of these things that you are doing, you are still leaving space. You can either start bringing all of these things in small, or you just say for financial performance analysis, this is the whole space I want to use, 2 pages. That's what I want to use to run my ratio and commentary, 2 pages. You leave them. Or depending on how your handwriting is, you can say, okay, for me to even get better clarity, I will first write return profitability, leave profitability up. The next line, rows. I put rows. I leave like 3 lines. That's what I want to use to run the commentary for rows. That's everything I want to use to run commentary for rows. No story. After rows, I do gross profit margin. Immediately after rows, I do 3 lines. That's what I want to use to write commentary for gross profit margin. Then the next thing, leave a line. Then liquidity ratio. Write liquidity ratio there. What liquidity ratio do I want to calculate? Current ratio. Put your current ratio there. Leave 3 lines. That's what I want to leave for current ratio. And you go like that till you write out all the what's it called? Sorry, guys. Till you write out all the till you write out all the headings that you want to use. Till you write everything out, and that's it. Now, moving on here, so that we can wrap up. When you are done with this part, this is just requirement 1. Then you come again to your back of your answer booklet. What's your requirement 2? Comment on. You see that normally they used to give us 2 requirements, but when we analyze the requirements, you see that we saw more than 2 things. There are sometimes that you will not need to separate all of them just like this in the working area, in your working area here, but just to ensure that you talk about them, right? Just to ensure that you talk about them. So I'll do option 1. Let me put this one as option 2, so that everybody will know that it's option 2. Anyone that you can remember, just use it. So let me make this one smaller. So use anyone that you can remember between option 1 and option 2. So let's use anyone that we can remember between the 2, right? And we move on. So after that, immediately after that, we come to the next one. What was the next one? Comment on inventory. So we say we want to comment on inventory. We put it here. Based on your handwriting, how many lines do you think you need to comment on the inventory? Maybe 5 or 6 lines, or depending on what you have read and you have seen a lot of points. I'll say, okay, I'll put 10 lines. You leave 10 lines there to comment on the inventory. Then the next thing, they say order report to ask for. This one, order report to ask for, can come in as part of your financial analysis here. So it might not be a new heading on its own. In fact, if it is part of the inventory related stuff, it can also come in as part of your inventory here. So it will not be a new heading on its own. You can just make it as part of the commentary. But even if you want to be explicit enough, you can bring it out as an heading on its own, so that they will know that, see, me, I know what I'm talking about. You bring it that from XYZ that has been done, and other report that could be. All of these things will ensure that you get your mark in full. And that is why we could train somebody and he got 90 something. Because you will be able to ensure that you get your marks in full. That is why I could train somebody that has failed before. Maybe she got, was it less than 20 or thereabout in the first attempt, and second attempt she scored 70 something. Because all of this will ensure that you get your mark in full. All of this. Because one thing that I've heard about examiners, they are even that you see many people that failed, that oftentimes they've even helped to push the mark forward, most especially those people that failed by scoring 40 something. They've pushed the mark forward, and the examiner couldn't even find anyhow else to give them mark, and that's how they score 40 something. They couldn't find any way else to give them. So you cannot make your case be like that. So as such, if you need to show heading, different headings, show them, so that by the time you show them, as you are doing as you are writing up, as you are writing on page 1, page 2, after you have spent like 20 minutes with your ratio calculations, you see that your sheet is still empty. What's happening? I've not even written under this one. You quickly go there. What did I say I want to write there? You quickly write it. You get your score sharp. Just get as much marks as possible. That's all. Getting as much marks as possible. So other report to ask for, you leave the space, and then you do so until you get to, I guess, okay, you do so until you get to, your conclusion and recommendation. So I'll bring our conclusion. See the way I did it here. Position, you can do, how you did the position. So some people that have sustainability reports, if they ask you about anything relating to it or ethical issues, you can bring in all those spaces. When you bring them in under your financial reporting, you do them. Then conclusion and recommendation, that is one page. You can easily conclude based on this guy. Based on this guy. Same as in the, but with more details. Conclusion, everything that you have done. Haven't conclusion and recommendation. Where are you? Haven't reviewed spices, haven't carried out an extensive analysis on spices, financial health. We have concluded the following. Then you can list your conclusion. That spicy is doing well in ABC, that spicy is doing well in XYZ, that spicy is doing this, that spicy is doing that. Use your findings from ratios and some other parts of the requirements to conclude and make overall. We recommend that. Then you conclude. You can list that one too, or you can just write it and you are done. So now let's go back to running ratio, because now that Babs is not here, how do you want to run ratio without Babs like this? Or is Babs on the call? We don't have much time to be waiting for anybody, so they will meet us from the recording. So now let's go back to concluding and running the ratio. So how do we run the ratio? So guys, this is the time for us to work together. Let's work together and give me something. Give me, what is our rows that we got for spicy?
Twenty 2021, 59%.
2021, 59%.
2022, 64%.
And 2022,
54%.
Is that what everybody else also got? Anybody with a contrary number? No. So we go. And this is where trend actually comes in. Because now that you have done rows, you need to comment on the elements that makes up the rows. You need to comment on the element that makes up the rows. Excuse me. So you need to comment on the element that makes up the rows, and then we go spices, return stood at 21, 20 at did it drop or 64? It increased now.
It increased.
Okay, we can start from 2022 stood at 64% in 2022 compared to 59% reported in 2021. This spicy achieve spicy achieved a what's the trend between the two? 64 minus 59 divided by 59, what does it give us? People with calculator. Calculator.
64 minus 59.
8.5.
Divided by how many percent?
8.5%.
Spicy achieve a Spicy achieve. Yes, Anila, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask, what was the capital employed figure used for the ratio?
Should have
Because
asked before, do you have any contrary opinion? Let's just use what I have for now, please.
Capital employed for is 807.8 for 2022, 748.9 for 2021.
Okay. Spices rose stood at 64% in 2022, representing an 8.5% increase in interest for the year when compared to 59% reported in 2021. This increase, so Babs, this is where our trend analysis comes in. We've started doing it small. We've done we've just done to get the difference in the rows, the growth that we achieve in the rows. So now, because we know that we are going to calculate rows, we are going to do some trend analysis for some of these numbers, most especially the financial statement numbers, revenue, gross cost of sales, gross profit, and what other thing? I mean, just those three for now. We are good. So, no, this is not what I'm sharing now. Where's our own? Close it. Sorry, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
If someone is not talking, they should mute now. Is that coming from Florida or where?
Sorry.
No. It's not coming
Hold
from
on. It's coming from me. It will soon.
Baba Pikin, take care of the baby.
I'll call them to come and carry him now. Yeah, sorry guys. Let me check this Preseen. I've opened this Preseen the other time now. I hope this is it. Okay, this is it. So yeah. So based on what we have here, we can just do revenue, cost of sales, gross profit, PBIT, and PB parts, and that's it. So we can do these ones for our trend. So somebody should help do the trend for revenue, cost of sales, gross profit margin. If you already have it, so we'll do 1.7 million minus 1.6 million divided by 1.6 million. What does it give us? We are wrapping up already. So this is the last phase. So we are almost there, guys. What does it give us? People are not saying anything. No.
Which one do you say we should do?
The revenue. I thought I've told you people to help me to do some of these things ahead of.
Trend? Okay.
Yes. Just do for revenue. Don't worry about the rest. Let me just use this one to run the commentary. So
9.70.
9.750. Okay. Spice rose in 2022 stood at 64% when compared with 2021, where it reported how many percent? 59%. This indicates an 8.5% increase in the rows, and this can be attributed to what? So what are we attributing this one to? What are we attributing the growth to? Then we come to page 5, like we have said here. So how do you know what to attribute it to? You come to page 5. The thing that we have in our planning area. What we have in our planning area, page 5. So I go to page 5. What is this? I go to page 5. I say,
because they developed their website, so they had massive sales.
Exactly. So I'll come here, I copy this guy, and I'll come here and say, where are we? This is where we are. This can be attributed to paste special. This can be attributed to, so it's growing brand popularity. It's growing brand popularity within its online customers. This has become very popular and has enabled Spice's business grow. In addition, as e-business has become this can be attributed to the growing popularity of his business, the growing popularity of e-business that has made Spice's brand a lot more popular for its online customers, thus adding its revenue growth, which grew from what did the revenue grow from? which grew from 1.6 in 2021 to
1.794.
1.8 in 2022, accounting for approximately 7.9%, 10% growth within the year. So now let's look at it this way on how to run ratio commentary. Whenever you want to run ratio commentary, how do you go about running ratio commentary? You go about running ratio commentary in this star. So I say, and I will know whether we are done or not, or whether we can still add more. I say whenever you want to run ratio commentary, you use this star. Results. Tell us what is the result of your ratio calculation. Cost. What led to that result? Impact, conclusion, and recommendation. What was the impact on the business? And what is the conclusion and your recommendation? So we were like, we were gonna be like, so where is it? This is not it. So this is it. Yes, Godson, go ahead. We are going to be like,
I have a question. Please, the conclusion and recommendation for this ratio analysis, is it different from the other conclusion?
That's what I've said before, that when you are running your ratio, because they will say you should comment on the financial health, you can be bringing in some recommendation based on the information at hand to say this company is performing well, right? Then they should continue to do XYZ. That is a recommendation. It's different from the other one because the other one is a summary of everything that you have said that is said to be done. But it's not too different because that one is summary. These are the ones that follows the actual analysis. This one follows the actual analysis. As you're analyzing, what are your findings? What are you talking about? What are your conclusions? What are your recommendations? As you're analyzing, look at it. Spices rose in 2022 stood at 64% when compared with 2021, where it reported 59%. This indicates an 8.5% increase in the roles, and this can be attributed to the growing popularity of e-business that has made Spices brand a lot more popular for its online customers, thus adding to its revenue growth, which grew from. So you see, even from here, I've told us the result. What was the result? This was the result. Even up to this place, this was the result. What causes the result? Because there is an attribution. E-business is growing, and as such, Spices. See the way I tweak it. I did not put it word for word. This can be contributed to the growing popularity of e-business that has made Spices brand a lot more popular for its online customer. Thus, then what was the impact? It added to revenue growth. Revenue grew. And how do we know that revenue grew? By stating it here that revenue actually grew. Thus, adding to it 10% revenue growth between 2021 and 2022. You can now bring this one. You can do 2021, then this is another way to do it. 2022. If you have been using financial statements very well, I'm sure you'll have seen something like this before. That they will do 2021, 2022, and full stop. It can be said it can be concluded from the analysis that Spice's financial health is fairly stable. However, ABC Limited is advised to consider other non-financial metric in order to fully make decision on Spice's overall company performance. So guys, did you see this guy? Hello, for those of us who are still here, did you see this guy?
Yes, we are here.
I mean, what do we think? Because this is the exact way we are going to approach all our ratios. We might even stop here and we are still going to be right. We are going to stop here and we are still going to be right. But for us to make sense that we are advising, we can say this is where we are going to say conclusion. Depending on what they say we should do, if they say we should evaluate the financial performance, it can be concluded from the analysis that Spice's financial health is fairly stable based on its roles, and stop there. You can now do, however, whoever that wants to invest in the company, if that is what is happening, we can tell them, however, they should do further. However, we can say, don't let me go this deep. However, this should be compared with other profitability metrics like return on equity. Full stop. I can do this and move on. This is not even me saying anything big deal, and I'm done. Guys, I think from here, I'll take questions. Let's have questions. Please go ahead.
Well, thanks for how far we have come. But I just want to talk about, these things come in buses. I'm talking about 16 bucks, which you are going to observe, 8 each. How are we going to put this thing that will be in a right perspective?
Come again. I missed that.
Case study, it come in buses. I was talking about reference to 16 buses that you have to observe. I don't know if you get what I'm talking about. It has its way of getting this thing done. That each and every, it has to be 2 requirements, 8 each, which is just the way I read it in that textbook. So I don't know how all this one we are saying going to fit into those parts that to make everything to be.
What we can do, I don't know if you have the 16 boxes close by. If you have it close by, I'm very much happy to quickly fit everything that we have done inside. Because
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. It's just this thing that kept me back. I'm just leaving the office now. I'm just going out of office VI now.
Wow.
And I'm still going back. I'm still going back as far as
wow.
Where I live. So I'm just leaving now. I've been on my desk since 4 o'clock, and I'm just leaving now.
Don't worry. So what we will do is this. For the 16 boxes that you're talking about, I mean, I've seen them in the past, and everything that we have done actually reflects them. So what you probably need to do for me is look at the 16 boxes, look at your understanding from this session, compare them. By the time you compare them, let's see what we have. The reason why I do not use that 16 boxes to do my lecture is because it's kind of too, it can be theoretical, but let me bring it out from here.
Is it not the standard? Because
no,
is it not the standard?
What is the standard is what I just showed us here. This is, so everything you have seen from the 16 boxes will come from here. This is what you are going to be examined based on. This is what, so the assessment of the case study is going to follow through this route. 16 boxes or not, which is, this is the case studies. What's the name of the 16 boxes again? I think I'm usually seeing them. Let me bring it there. Let me bring it out from this place. I know they are usually from the examiners. This is what you are talking about, right?
Yes. Let's go just to observe it for clarity's sake.
That's exactly what we've done. I mean, see here.
How does it fit in each and every box? That's what I'm talking about, so that we can be safe.
When you say how does it, where are the, I'm trying to understand what you want to achieve.
You see, what I'm saying is that there's something called syllabus, and then how things should go. You have exposed us to what we should do, but how that thing should be aligned to the requirement of the ICANN is what we are talking about, because it's what we read.
So, for example, maybe if anybody else know about these 16 boxes clearly, but if I get you well, this is what you are talking about boxes. Is that it? Or is there any other box?
No. I can case study which you yourself know, you are a guru there. It is tailored in this way you have explained it, but in the manner of presentation, we have 8 boxes each for the 2 requirements that you are to address, and it must be in that order. So that's what I'm saying. If that's all I've been hearing.
These are what you are talking about. I'm coming. In terms of, I've explained everything as part of my explanation, but let me get you what you're talking about, which is how it is being marked. So something like this: suitable language, tactful, ethical comment, acceptable spelling and punctuations. Am I right? This guy. 1, 2, 3. Except I see the 16 boxes again. I don't think I fully grasp what you want us to look at that we have actually not looked at, right? But if anybody else can help me briefly or so swift with that 16 boxes, I'll be very much happy. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, they're meant to be 8 boxes. So for each requirement, there are 8 boxes. So that's why it's calling it 16. And the boxes are how you use data and information. That's the first box. The second box is how you use professional tools and knowledge. Then the third one is use analytical skills. Then the fourth one
guy,
is
right? That's what I'm showing here.
That's what you're looking at. But that last part is not part of it. That report structure is not part of the 8 boxes. And the reporting style. There are 8 boxes, and it ends with conclusion and recommendation. That's where the 8 boxes stop.
Which is this guy? Which is this guy?
That same place in Pathfinder. Okay. That's how the answer is in Pathfinder.
Okay. when he says 16 boxes, I'm trying to
There are
look
8
at it.
boxes, so
I
two
know I've seen
Yeah, 8 buses each. Now making 16 buses. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking out of point now. 16 buses, 8 each. And now I'm making reference to the 2 requirements, 8 each. They're making it 16. Is the
yes.
guy we are not. I'm not talking out of context now. What the other guy is saying is what I said. I said the whole thing is 16
Yeah.
buses, 8 each. The requirement is 2. Each bus must carry 8. And when you tailor it in that order, you'll be able to finish, and everything will be left on nothing will be left unturned.
Okay, I get you. I get you. So initially, I mean, when you said 16 boxes, I was trying to wrap my head around where I've seen it, but I know that the idea of box was this Pathfinder thing. I know for a fact because I've also checked it in the past. But then, so that we can wrap up from the 16 boxes, whether 8 or 16, which is more or less like the marking guide. And I said something initially. I said it is the same thing that we've done here, right? That this is what you are looking at here. And if you look at this place carefully, you also see that it's the same thing we are talking about. Use data and information appropriately. It's the same thing I've said here, and is what we have demonstrated here, right? And also is what we have done here from the planning perspective. So from the planning perspective, they said we should use data and information appropriately. We've used those data and information appropriately from this planning perspective. So all of this one, for example, from this place to this place, all of these guys that we are saying, they are element of using the data appropriately, right? All of these ones. Use information on exhibits. So they are just explaining further. Use information on exhibit 4 to calculate key financial ratios. Use information on exhibit 7 to do this, which are part of the things that have told us from this place as per our planning. So, I mean, we've ticked this box. Use professional tools and knowledge. I mean, this is just ratio, and we have ticked that too. Are we following?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. And we have ticked these two, right? So that we can be on the same page. I want response. Have we ticked this guy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cool. Then the next thing, use analytical skills, written reports, determine trends. I mean, we've done this guy. Go ahead. Okay, Babs, over to you. You have your hands up. Oh, okay. Probably that was a mistake. So we've used analytical tools. In terms of analytical skills, again, I've told us before now about what trend to do so that we do not waste time. So see and see here what they did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's what they've done. They did trend based on what they know that they need. They did not do trend for everything. Mistakes that students will do, they will do trend for everything. Mistakes that some tutor will also do for you, they will not tell you that you don't need trend for everything. You do not. Identify issues and options. I mean, we did this one. Identify issues and options. So everything that we've done already covered, even these 8 boxes, yeah? Even if we have not called it 8 or 6 or 16 boxes, everything that we've done. So they said identify issues and options. Identifies that growth in revenue in 2020 dropped by 1% from 2021. That is even from the ratio analysis that we've done here. See, which means if they are scoring us one by one, on each of these boxes, box 1, we already score mark. Box 2, we've scored a point. Box 3, we've scored a point because we did trend 2. Box 4, we've scored a point. So from this ratio alone, we've scored 4 points. And I'll bring it out. Number 1 is we've reported that there is a drop, just like they said there. We've used the information based on what is in the case study. Also, we've done ratio analysis itself, which is this return on capital employed. What else? Trend. We've done trend on this revenue. We also did trend on this rows that we calculated. So that has been done. See, identify that trade receivable days is stable. We've also made that conclusion here. Without even looking at that place, it can be concluded that from that and the analysis that Spice's financial health is fairly stable based on its rows. Can you imagine? And see, this is not even, I've never seen that part of the whole thing before, but I'm still able to communicate it. Even when even when we say we have a 16 boxes or we have an 8 box that I've even probably seen long term. Yes, Sean, I think we are almost running out of time, yeah? Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh. Standpoint. Okay. Wow. Oh, okay. I think I get it. Thanks a lot, Sean, for bringing that in, and in fact, for bringing that up, and from what we've done, I think I deserve something, right, guys? If you are being fair, don't you guys think I deserve something? I mean, so
Of course, you have nailed the, you have already nailed the
so
nail. Just
so
that,
thank
just like my other brother said, it's all about presentation, and it's also it's
I
equally matters.
agree. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So for bringing this up, I mean, yeah, well, to be honest with us, the last time I checked this 8 skill box was probably 2018 when I was doing my exam myself. I've never had to check it again since then, even when I'm lecturing. But guess what? I think the way I've understood the case study is now even apparent in what we've done so far. From what Shenwa has explained, which is that the 8 skill boxes is going to be used to assess what you have written, whether you have demonstrated those skills. Now, let us assess. You see that there is an 8 skill box here, and for me, my focus has been this place. And the truth of the matter is they are reflecting the same thing. And that is why one of the reasons I'm telling us that we cannot get our mind fixated in a single approach. I'm not saying we should not open ourselves up to any other approach, but please, let's follow the plan. Let's follow the plan. We will pass, no story. I can beat my chest any day, anytime that we are going to pass. Let's just follow the plan. And what do I mean? Like today is the day we are just examining the 8 skill box. Based on what Oga Babs has said now, we are having to examine the 8 skill box, which is a very, very genuine point. And now, we observing it, we have seen that we have even covered the 8 skill box without necessarily having it in mind when we were even doing the stuff. That shows that some people else could have used this 8 skill box to prepare. While we use this guy to prepare, we'll still perform the same way if we have planned well enough and we have followed a predetermined pattern of how we want to approach the exam. Now, let's finalize on the 8 skill box. They said we should use key information. We've used it here. They said we should use professional tools and knowledge. We've used it here. Rows. They said we should use analytical skills. We've used it here. We calculated the rows. They said we should use issues and options. Identify issues and options that we should, in fact, exactly what, identify that gross margin is gradually decreasing. We've said it here. Something increases. We've said it here. It is fairly stable. We've said it here. What else? Apply professional skepticism and ethics. We've said it before too. See professional skepticism here. However, this should be compared with other probability metrics like return on equity. That is professional skepticism. That is professional skepticism. We've said it too. What else? Evaluate skills and judgment. Recognize that the company's EBITDA growth has reduced from 20%. We've said that one too. What else? Conclusion. We've made conclusion. Recommendation. We've made recommendation. So guys, I mean, I really love this idea of 8 skill box, but at the same time, it still boils down to this guy. It still boils down to this guy. Is this guy 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this one is 6. Then ethical requirements 7. Then conclusion and recommendation maybe 8. It still boils down to this guy. Thank you very much for bringing that up. It is well appreciated, very well appreciated. I mean, we need to be having this kind of conversation so that we get to appreciate what we know. Like I said before, when you're on call like this, the worst case that can happen is that you are going to get corrected. That's the worst case. But the best case is you think you know something, you mention it, and then the tutor say, yes, that is correct. You are right. That makes sense because it validates what you know. And when you get validation for what you know, you continue to remember them. I mean, we've come to the end of the class. Let's ask questions at this point so that we can finalize. And let me ask us, how do we feel? Flora is still on the call. Everyone who is on the call, let's answer this question. How do we feel about
I'm still here. I'm still here.
How do you feel about going for the exam? And then somebody said, how about limitations about the report, limitations of the report? That disclaimer, we've done that too. The disclaimer, we did it after our conclusion and recommendation. This is it. This report has been prepared based on the available information, and it is only for the required purposes by Spices. Go ahead, please, Obafemi. Obafemi, you have the floor. We need to wrap up now. We've actually spent more than...
Sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
I said when you are writing the executive summary, do I have to put figures there, like maybe changing
That's if you have calculated it. That's if you have calculated. But I said, if you have not calculated it, you can also go by saying that we also examined the gross profit. Do you get? Which is what I did here. Which was the idea of what I did here.
Okay.
Also, we have used gross profit margin ratio, ROAS, and net profit margin to assess the profitability of ABC Limited. Do we need to number the pages? Yes, you can number the page. It's also recommended that you number the page. So yes, you can number the page.
Please, I want to ask another question.
Please ask.
This question looks somehow. Let's assume that coming to the exam hall, and we now see that Spicy wants to acquire another company now, and there is another financial statement of that company. Do we go ahead to prepare another company's financial ratios also to check which one to go ahead to? What do we do?
What you need to do, let me tell you, listen to me on this one, because this one is directly for you. The reason why I'm saying this one is directly for you, because I know you are still scared, and I'm trying to let you know that you don't need to be scared. What you need to do is watch out for the requirements. What is the requirement? Is the requirement written in English? Yes. Do you understand it? Yes. If they say that you should analyze the company that Spicy wants to acquire, fine. They will tell you what to analyze. Whether it's the company that Spicy wants to acquire or Spicy itself. If they say you should analyze the company that Spicy wants to acquire, you go and analyze that one based on your own determined ratios. Or they will have given you that Spicy want to check the financial health of the company based on certain metrics. They will give you that metrics.
Okay, no problem.
So just do it this way. Again, focus on the requirement and analyze it. Focus on the requirement and analyze it. I bet you, if you do that, you are going to pass. No way you will not pass. Because by the time you focus on the requirements, the information overload will reduce drastically. Information overload is one of the things that makes students fail a lot. Because there's just too much information. I can't imagine writing an exam and you're having 16 pages to go through before you even start writing anything. Information overload. Anybody will be concerned. Which one am I using? Which one am I not using? You know? Any other question? I mean, we need to wrap up now because we've actually we've done a lot beyond the time that I was actually.
So when are you sending it to us?
Tonight, by God's grace. Once we are done, I'll send it. Yes. Any other question? Ogabab, so over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And another thing is that you should not be left alone. If there's anything you check and you see there's anything you still need to add, please let us know.
Let's send things to the platform. As we are studying, you see anything, send it to the platform. I will address it by God's grace. Yes.
I'm even talking. I'm saying at your own hand. If you still relax after tonight, you still look at what you have given us. If there's anything you want us to know more, you want to add, please don't hesitate, please.
Trust me, I will ensure. The only thing I think I need to give everybody now is some good motivation. I feel like some people are afraid, but you don't need to be afraid, honestly. Let me give us an assignment. One assignment everybody should do and submit to the platform. On your own. I know that the time is very short. That's why I will not give you too detailed assignments. Let's take May 2018. If you can get it. If anybody can get it for us. May 2018 diet. Let's analyze the question and send to the platform. May 2018 diet. Let's create a planning area and send to the platform that this is my planning. This is how I want to plan it. This is how I want to approach it. Just analyze the question, send it to the platform. Let's see what we are able to come up with. From there, I believe I will be able to share one or two other things that might be necessary during. I know that the only thing that many people need more is some good motivation, because trust me, you guys are going to pass. I'm very confident because of what I've seen. And I'm also very confident because if you follow the approach, you have lesser problem to worry about. See now, we did not use 8 box before now, but even after we are done and we compare what we have done with the 8 skill box, we still get our full mark. Like full mark without missing anything. Nothing was missing. That should be a bragging right for everybody on this call. Any other question from anybody, or tell me how you feel, guys? This is 9:43. I don't think I can go past 9:50. So please, how do we feel? Tell me. Or any other question from anybody? Yes, you can unmute your mic and just give it a shot. Esther Peters, we've not heard from you since morning. What's happening? And then Omobolaji Da Silva as well. How was it? Did we pick one or two? Guys, what's happening? No feedback?
Go and more and come back to you.
Okay. Any other feedback or any other comments? Okay, guys. I'll leave the floor for Shion to wrap it up from here. Thank you very much, guys, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.